creation. Give me, O Lord, the courage to live in dialogue in the midst of divisions and conflicts, and to build peace with all people of sincere hearts who will live in your love and compassion.
Please be seated. By the way, this program is being live streamed online through our FB page. So at this point, we want to acknowledge and warmly welcome the various groups and organizations who are with us today. Each of you plays a vital role in furthering the goals of this conference, and we are incredibly grateful for your presence today. So please help me welcome the following individuals and groups. We'd like to acknowledge them, and if they may please stand up. Okay, so we could all give them a warm round of applause. Please do so. Stand up. Reverend Father Rex Rocamora of the CBC Office of Interreligious Dialogue. Father Rex. The members of the Religious Educators Association of the Philippines from different schools and universities, or READ members. Representatives from Mother Earth Foundation. Representatives from Uni Harmony Partners Manila, the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, United Church of Christ in the Philippines, Iglesia Filipina Independiente, Focolare Movement, Imam Council of the Philippines. Good morning, everyone. Various religious communities, our brothers and sisters from various religious communities. Participants from the Laudato Si movement. From the University of Santo Tomas, we are joined by Reverend Father Pablo Chong, OP, the Vice Rector for Religious Affairs, Reverend Father Emito de Sagon, SSL, OP, SSL, of course, our Director in the Institute of Religion, Father Professor Joel Sagut, from the Center for Religious Studies and Ethics, Sir Joel. Of course, our Assistant Director in the Institute of Religion, Associate Professor Alan Basas. I hope I did not miss anyone, from the university, any official. We are also, of course, joined by the faculty members and staff from the different academic units of the University of Santo Tomas. We also have some representatives here from the UST student organizations. We would also like to acknowledge our participants from the different schools which are projected on screen. Again, Another round of applause, please, for all the groups and organizations who have joined us this morning. To formally begin our program, we are blessed to have with us Reverend Father Pablo Chong of the Order of Preachers, Vice Rector for Religious Affairs of the University of Santo Tomas. He will give us the welcome remarks. Father Chong.
His Excellency, Most Reverend Gerardo A. Almenasa, DD, Bishop of San Carlos, and the Vice Chairman of the Commission on Social Action, Justice, and Peace, Reverend Father Sebastiano de Ambra, PIME, the founder of the Silsila Movement, Reverend Father Ermito de Sabon, OPSSL, the Director of the UST Institute of Religion, Reverend Father Rex Rocamora, the Executive Secretary of the CBCP Office of Interreligious Dialogue, Elder Michael B. Strong, the Second Counselor to the Philippines Area Presidency of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, Venerable Miao Jingshi, Head Abbess, Fu Guangshan Mabuhay Temple, Reverend Pastor Alvaro Centurias of the United Church of Christ in the Philippines, Reverend Eravilla Maga Cabillas, Ina Independiente, and coordinator of the One Ecumenical Family. Mr. Ted and Mr. Sarah Arago, the national coordinators of the Interreligious Dialogue Focolare Movement Philippines, Ms. Heidi F. Fajardo, the Area Director for Public Affairs, the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, and Religious Leader Representative for UniHarmony Partners, Manila. Representatives from UniHarmony Partners, Manila, Silsila Dialogue Movement, and also representatives from the Dialogue with Creation Partners Week, and our friends from Religious Educators Association of the Philippines. Fellow Tomasians, our dear students and guests, magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. It is indeed a privilege to be in the company of our esteemed partners from various religious traditions, all united by a common purpose, the pursuit of peace and the care for creation, our shared world. At this crucial moment in history, our dialogue takes on a profound meaning. We live in an era marked by both tremendous possibilities and profound challenges, environmental degradation, social conflicts, and spiritual disconnection, all of which challenge us to think critically and act with compassion. But amid these difficulties, we are also offered a unique opportunity, the chance to come together across faiths, beliefs, and cultures to find shared values that can guide us towards solutions that serve the common good. Through interreligious and ecumenical dialogue, we can bridge differences, recognize the sacred in one another, and tap into the rich wells and sources of wisdom that each tradition offers. whether we come from religious affiliations, indigenous spiritual backgrounds, or even from secular perspectives. We share the same planet, breathe the same air, and inherit the same future. It is in recognizing this unity that we deepen our collective commitment to peace and creation. Today's theme, Together We Dream, Hope and Act, is an invitation to expand our imaginations. Dreaming together means envisioning a world where diversity is not a source of conflict, but a wellspring of strength. Hoping together means believing in the possibility and the reality of justice, peace, and environmental sustainability. And acting together means that we move beyond mere conversation and collaborate on concrete initiatives to safeguard our planet and nurture peaceful relationships among all people. Brothers and sisters, in the rationale provided for this conference, I am particularly struck by, we have this contemporary word now, interconnectedness. And if there's one thing that would really connect us, as you well know, this university is connected, or rather named after St. Thomas Aquinas. Interconnectedness would almost be synonymous, or rather be a special feature of Thomistic thinking. St. Thomas Aquinas, we celebrate his 750th double jubilee of his death and canonization, offers profound inspiration for interfaith collaboration, peace building, and care for creation. Through the key aspects of Dominican life and scholarly teachings, several of these elements are still highly relevant in our contemporary world. The pursuit of truth and respect for other traditions. So essentially Thomistic. Aquinas was deeply committed to the pursuit of truth, which he believed transcended individual faith traditions. His respect for other cultures and philosophies, especially his engagement with the works of non-Christian scholars like Muslim philosopher Averroes and Jewish thinker Maimonides, provides a model of interfaith dialogue today. By synthesizing their deep ideas into his theological and philosophical work, Aquinas demonstrated that wisdom and truth can be found across religious and cultural boundaries. A core tenet of Aquinas' thought is the idea of the common good, well developed in his writings, that society should be organized in a way that benefits all people, not just individuals or small groups. His emphasis on justice as a key virtue reinforces the importance of building peaceful societies where fairness and well-being are all prioritized. In St. Thomas Aquinas, the theory of natural law holds a very high position. Moral principles are inherent in nature and accessible to human reason, as St. Thomas would articulate. This underpins his understanding of our relationship to the world around us. He taught that creation reflects wisdom and the goodness of God, and that humans, as part of creation, have a responsibility to care for it. This view can be a foundation and a reaffirmation for contemporary ecological ethics and stewardship, offering a theological grounding for the care of creation and addressing environmental challenges that require collaboration across faith traditions. Brothers and sisters, guests, it is in this Tomasian spirit that I welcome you to this conference, aptly themed Together We Dream, Hope, and Act, educating towards dialogue with creation and peace building. Once more, good morning and thank you.
Thank you, Father Chong, for your heartfelt and inspiring words. Your message reminds us of the significance of unity and shared purpose as we embark on this important work towards our common goal of dialogue, peace, and creation care. Again, thank you. Moving forward, we will now hear from the chairperson of the Committee on Religious and Academic Formation of Thomasians of the Institute of Religion, as she provides us with an overview of the goals and aspirations of today's gathering. Please help me welcome Associate Professor Marites Redonia, PhD, for the rationale.
Reverend Father Pablo Tiong, OP, UST Vice Rector for Religious Affairs, Reverend Father Ermito Disagon, OP, Director, UST Institute of Religion, His Excellency Most Reverend Gerardo Alminaza, DD, Bishop of San Carlos Negros Occidental, and Vice Chairperson, CBCP Commission on Social Action, Justice, and Peace, Reverend Father Sebastiano de Ambra, PIME, Founder and Executive Director, Silsila Dialogue Movement. Elder Michael Strong, together with his wife, Interfaith Community Second Counselor to the Philippines Area Presidency, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Father Rex Camora, CBCP Executive Secretary, Interreligious Dialogue. Esteemed resource and panel speakers, distinguished leaders and members from various religious communities and faith-based organizations, colleagues, students, and honored educators from different schools and universities. Thank you for your presence and good morning. Welcome to our annual advocacy conference celebrating the United Nations International Day of Peace with the theme, Cultivating a Culture of Peace, emphasizing that true peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the recognition of shared humanity and the core values necessary deeply. In Romans chapter 8, verse 22, St. Paul writes, nourished and nurtured.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. I'm grateful for the beautiful prayer that began this morning. It was stirring and inspiring, and also I enjoyed participating in the beautiful national anthem that celebrates a beautiful country that we have come to love. Brothers and sisters, distinguished guests, it is an honor to be with you. At the 5th International Forum on Law and Religion, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to speak at the Advocacy Conference with a theme so pertinent to our times. Together we dream, hope, and act, educating towards dialogue with creation and peace building. The focus on fostering peace through a holistic and inclusive approach, especially in an increasingly divided world, is not only timely, but essential. As members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we believe that true peace is a divine blessing that can only be achieved through unity and collaboration. The Savior taught us, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of righteousness, justice, and love. Today I wish to share with you how we can contribute to this divine peace by, among other actions, embracing our responsibility as stewards of the earth in harmony with the theme of this conference. In the teachings of our church, we are reminded that all of God's creations are interconnected. The earth and all life upon it are gifts from our Heavenly Father. As stated in our church's teachings on environmental stewardship, quote, "We are stewards over earthly blessings, not possessors of them," end of quote. I love the word steward as it reminds us that the owner of the earth and her resources is our kind and benevolent God, who has entrusted us with a stewardship responsibility to care for His creations in a way that is in harmony with His will. This stewardship implies that we must care for the earth as a sacred trust, ensuring that its resources are used wisely and preserved for future generations. This conference's emphasis on dialogue with creation resonates deeply with the teachings of our church. We are taught that the earth was created for the benefit and enjoyment of all of God's children, and with that gift comes the responsibility to protect and sustain it with an eye towards future generations. A book containing modern-day words of God, the Doctrine and Covenants, teaches, "For the earth is full, and there is enough and to spare. Yea, I prepare all things, and have given unto the children of men to be agents unto themselves." End of quote. As stewards, we must recognize that our actions have profound effects on the environment. We are not just users of the earth, but caretakers, tasked with preserving it in its beauty and abundance. This stewardship is essential to our spiritual well-being and to the peace we seek to build in our communities. Peacebuilding and environmental stewardship are inseparable. A healthy environment is foundational to social stability, economic prosperity, and overall well-being. When we harm the environment, we harm ourselves and our ability to live peacefully. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints teaches that we should take responsibility for our own social, economic, and environmental well-being. By living these principles, we contribute to the peace and prosperity of all. We also believe that we must care for all the people who live on the earth, our brothers and our sisters. Therefore, in addition to environmental efforts, our church, along with many other faiths and charitable organizations, is active in assisting the poor and needy of the world. Interfaith dialogue plays a critical role in this endeavor. Different religious traditions bring unique perspectives on stewardship of the earth and its inhabitants. Yet there is a common theme that unites us: the belief that the earth and the people therein are sacred, divinely created, and that we have a responsibility to care for it and them. By engaging in meaningful conversations across faiths, we can find common ground and shared values that reinforce our commitment to peace and care for creation. One of the strengths of interfaith collaboration is the ability to draw on diverse traditions and practices, learning from one another and combining our efforts to address global challenges. In our church, we have successfully partnered where faith communities work together to promote environmental sustainability, charitable causes, and peace. These collaborations remind us that we are stronger together and that peace is a shared goal that transcends religious boundaries. Today, as we gather to discuss and reflect on the theme, Together We Hope, or Dream, Hope, and Act, I urge each of us to move beyond discussions and take concrete actions. We are called not only to dream of a better world, but to act in ways that bring the world closer to reality. Our church teaches that the earth is the Lord's, and we are accountable to Him for how we treat it. Let us commit to making changes in our own lives that reflect our stewardship responsibilities, whether by reducing waste, conserving resources, or supporting policies and technologies that protect and improve the environment. Just as we can repent for past personal mistakes, we can change our way of acting towards the earth and remediate the errors of the past by recognizing the negative effects of past actions and changing those actions to beneficial ones. In some cases, by also developing ways to correct the negative effects of the past. With hard work and inspirations from God, we can see what we need to do and then do it. This conference provides us with the tools, knowledge, and resources needed to implement sustainable practices within our communities. As we take what we learn here and apply it, we foster a sense of shared responsibility and stewardship. Let us be proactive in our efforts to care for the earth, knowing that in doing so, we are not only preserving it for future generations, but also building a foundation for lasting peace. In closing, I want to express my optimism and faith that through our collective efforts, dreaming, hoping, and acting together, we can create a world where peace and care for creation are intertwined and universally embraced. Let us go forth from this conference with renewed commitment and determination, knowing that our actions today will shape the world of tomorrow. May
Introduce to you our distinguished guest speaker. Our first guest lecturer, Father Sebastiano di Ambra Pime, is an Italian missionary who arrived in the Philippines in 1977. He spent much of his time in Mindanao, particularly in Zamboanga del Norte, working with Subanuans and Muslims, where he was deeply influenced by the importance of dialogue. He was later chosen by the Moro National Liberation Front as a negotiator in the peace process. Father Seb studied at the Pontificio Instituto di Studi Arabi e di Islamistica, I hope I got that right, Father, or PSI in Rome, and later served as Pime Regional Superior in the Philippines. In 1984, he founded the Silsila Dialogue Movement, promoting Muslim-Christian dialogue. He also became the first executive secretary of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines Episcopal Commission for Interreligious Dialogue, helping form the Bishop Ulama Conference in Mindanao. He holds a doctorate in education focused on peace and development, and is the author of books such as A Path to Peace and Interreligious Dialogue, which won the Cardinal Sin Award for Best Book in Ministry. Father Seb has been a convener for World Interfaith Harmony Week and Dialogue with Creation Partners Week, receiving numerous accolades, including the CBCP's highest honor, the George Barlin Award. We are very honored, blessed to have with us today, Reverend Father Sebastiano di Ambra Pime. Let's all give Father Seb a warm round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peace be with you, brothers and sisters. I hope I can properly talk. I have some problem in coughing, but hopefully I can do my part. First of all, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy because it's a fruit of a gathering. Some friends of us, the group of research, we were together a few months ago. We reflect about something like this. In fact, at that time I present to them, they know already because they've been also in Zamboanga. we presented the 40th anniversary of the Silsila Dialogue movement that was mentioned. I started in Zamboanga in 1984. So from that time on, the Lord has blessed me and Silsila with many friends. Together with have promoted the dialogue, guided by the understanding that of the spirituality of life in dialogue. I can say this has been one important point because, of course, there are many efforts of dialogue and peace, but when we started the silsila, we put the spiritual aspect. Actually, I was also influenced by my study of Islam, as it was mentioned, study about the Sufi. Normally, even in our setup here in the Philippines, we don't hear so much about this, but in the context of Islam, there are also group of Muslim who have more spiritual understanding of dialogue. And I present this to the group. And I said to the group when we started the Silsila Dialogue movement, actually the word Silsila, it's Arabic, means chain, link, and present the link, the chain to the divine, no? And in that occasion, sharing with friends, when we started, we said, yes, must be a foundation of spirituality. Of course, many good things can be done, but without the spirituality, we cannot go so long, no? And in fact, I remember in that occasion, I proposed something that is still what we remember. For the Christian, we present as a spirituality the Beatitude, and for the Muslim, we present something that great jihad. Normally, people when think about jihad, think about the war, no? It's that is the small jihad. The great jihad, the concept of Sufi, is the purification of the heart. It's the struggle, internal struggle. So in that context, I can say and been an experience that we started 40 years ago and continued in many ways. I remember that when I started, some friend, because I start to talk about the dialogue, the culture of dialogue with God, with ourselves, with others, and creation. At that occasion, some friends said, yes, I understand the dialogue with God, ourselves, others, but why creation? 40 years ago, it was not a great, we can say, issue. Of course, it's there. So, but we said, no, must be one of the foundation. And along the way, we realized, indeed, 40 years ago was not an issue related to dialogue with creation, but we realized that it's important. Today, we see the importance of dialogue with creation, and now we are facing the climate emergency. Indeed, God, the self, others, and creation are all important as one in the journey of our life. Today we focus our special attention to dialogue with creation, and what I present is more an experience. You receive a primer. We prepare that primer for this coming special week, that is the first week of October, that is the dialogue with creation Partners Week. We can share more about this. And in that sense, there is a kind of development, even in the concept of peace. If we go to the concept of peace many years ago, we have different degrees in the understanding of peace until now, the concept of today. The same things I can say that we can say about the dialogue with creation. I am grateful to the Lord that together with the Harmony partners, we can say here in Santo Tomas, we have a good friend, a team of friends that have been in Zamboanga a few times. We have shared and we agree on this common initiative, the Dialogue with Creation Partners Week. We have together a journey, no? Many of you know that sometimes in 2010, the United Nations declared the World Interfaith Harmony Week, and after in the Philippines, together we journey. Now together also, the Dialogue with Creation Partners Week is becoming like an interfaith initiative that gather all. We know that there are many initiatives of internationally or nationally, locally, about dialogue with creation. Just an example, now we are celebrating the season of creation, and but we can say that really all these initiatives are positive. I think each one according the orientation and said that it has to do what is possible to do in this situation. And I believe, hopefully, this initiative that will start practically this coming October, the first week of October 1 to 7, will be celebrated in different parts of the country. This is the agreement. Yesterday I was in Opapru. I saw Secretary Galvez, and we are friends. He was general in that area of Zamboanga years ago, and now he's in the position of the peace coordination, means on the national level. And I mentioned about this Dialogue with Creation Partners Week. It's willing to spread the initiative on the national level. At the same time, I present to him in other things the harmony prayer. That is the song. It was a song that thanks to Marilu Diaz-Sabaya, a film director, is very famous. He passed away. She became part of Silsila years ago. And we start to, in the year 2000, when at the time the president was President Estrada, declared the total war in Mindanao, we were quite alarming, and so we start another war, the war of prayer, no? And we launched the harmony prayer that at that time, thanks also to OPAP, was spread on the national level. And so yesterday that was our sharing with Galvez, and he will spread all these things. Now, we go directly to this Dialogue with Creation Partners Week. We are, it's an interfaith initiative, a new challenge that all of us are invited to embrace and to promote. It is an initiative beyond on the boundary of special religion in an institution. It is an initiative to celebrate a special week of hope. despite the dramatic situation that we are facing about climate change and climate emergency. Now, of course, we can elaborate many other things. I remember some of us gathered together on April 2023, yes, last year in Zamboanga. It was also some friend also of the Santo Tomas University. We agree to have this special week. And thanks also to Professor Bong that is very active, it's the leader here. He signed, we put the objective that we put also in this booklet. I will present also this booklet. The objectives of this special week, that is Dialogue with Creation Partners Week, it's to raise awareness about the emergency condition of Mother Earth. Second, to organize activities as an expression of solidarity and dialogue with creation, to foster friendship and advance common action between and among the interfaith communities for the care of our common home. Guided by these objectives, we all of us are invited to move in this activity today and to work together for the dialogue with creation. Now at this point, I focus my presentation because it is mentioned that my presentation is specific basically on our experience with this booklet. If you can see, it's educational primer on dialogue with creation. It's not the first time we do a primer. This is the last in a series of, we started in 2007 with the slogan in Chabacano, El agua es oro, el agua es vida. I see a refrain from Zamboanga. The meaning is the water is gold, the water is life. And we did this because we had a strong campaign against the mining company and to protection of the watershed of Zamboanga. So, in other words, this effort is also in the line of think globally and act locally, because one of the temptation is we can say beautiful things, but after how we concretize. So this is one experience that we did or we are doing. And of course, there is here also the logo down that was prepared for this special week of Dialogue with Creation Partners Week. Now, this was a slogan, the slogan of El agua es oro, el agua es vida. It's a slogan that we launched in 2007 when we started a strong campaign against a mining company that was about to start exploration program in a watershed area. That was an alarming news for us. We have been informed of the situation by the farmers of a certain area of the city that have suffered problems from the previous mining corporation that abandoned it, and still they suffer the consequence. And the consequence of this mining company. Now, we stop for a while. There is a video. Actually, you can go also on YouTube. A sad story of abandoned mining in Mindanao. You see some of us who go to see the situation of this abandoned mining. And starting from that, we can say we can do other reflection. So the second part of my sharing. So those who are in charge, please, you can show. Thank you.
Wala na testing siguro. Ano sound?
An organization led Father Sebastiano Gambra. Its convener went on August 13, 2015 with the barrio captain and the other officers of the Baluno Zambales mountain area of Zamboanga City. They reached the school and moved to the site of an abandoned mining that is still like a bomb, which can cause ecological disaster. They made this trip to understand why the sad story of the abandoned mining of Zambales-based Metal Incorporated can still be dangerous, and to be able to propose appropriate solutions to the government. Zambales-based Metal Incorporated started its exploration in 1969, its operation in 1974, and up to 1982 when they abandoned the area. Our group reached the tailing pond. The Silsila then reminded the residents that something has to be done in that area, finding the proper solution in order to stop other illegal activities. The group moved to the major tunnel, one of the 5 tunnels of the area. It is called 740, and it is more than a kilometer deep in the area and in the heart of the mountain. And sadly, many workers have lost their lives in the tunnels. Moved toward the upper part, the group observed that there is a rubber plantation in the area. However, somebody informed that the real motive is that of the operation of small mining activities called the kamuti mining, where it is a mining activity wherein holes were made underground to get the stones which still have value for mining businesses. The kamuti mining is still dangerous because removing the stone from the ground, the water penetrates in the deeper part where there is still a lot of chemicals. It is also dangerous because it causes soil erosion, and those who make this kamuti mining also dig new tunnels without the proper skills. and some even have lost their lives. Chris, one of the worker of the Zambales base metal incorporated in the 70s and 80s, shared to the group the history of the mining. He explained how was the place during every operation. At that time, Chris mentioned that thousands of workers were there and place was alive. Now, it is abandoned, and still people continues their activity, which pose danger because the water flowing from the mountain reaches the tailing pond, penetrating the soft soil that goes down the valley. Filling Pond is about 12 hectares. It covers a valley of more than 100 meters deep between two mountains. The water from the tailing pond still overflows and contaminates the Palanas River and other water resources. These are the signs of the dangerous chemicals used like the cyanide and the mercury.
Nasa ano na ba yan? Nasa YouTube na yan?
Check off pa
Oo. Ano tayo?
Pin, the farmer who occupied the house of Silsila in the area, demonstrated how it is easy to make a hole. In the soft soil, where we can still find the cyanide in the blue color as well as the mercury, which have been used to separate gold from the soil.
Talagang may ginto sa Sabanga.
Po, usually ano kasi, coil pa tawag.
Talaga?
Unfortunately, the so-called Kamuti miners are still active in the area, getting the stones and selling them. It is also dangerous to expose in this situation, but many nowadays, what is going on in the area, indeed, the Kamuti mining is still a problem. Moving in the upper part of the open pit are visible in the area. Cracks in the mountain that may soon create a landslide of a big portion.
1970s pa yan nag-operate. Abandon na yan. Pero,
Matagal nang
oo, pero andyan pa rin yung dangerous na, danger na.
The group posed for a moment of prayer. The open pit that has present signs of destruction. From that place, the group saw the contradiction, the destruction, and the beauty of nature.
Nakalive pala.
The sharing of the group after the visit, with the presence of the barrio captain of Baluno, which covers the area of Zambales, the president of the Silsile Dialogue Movement, and others focused sharing possible solutions to the problem.
Making cause ito kasi, during rain, during mga typhoons, yan ay siyempre agok kay Egindali. Making cause ito kasi kanan sa iyo. Kaya kasi Egindali, so when agwa ni hindi pwede ginda ka mahagpas, mag-increase ng siyempre. So while el water tali, lago, contaminated ng chemicals. Yan is siyempre kasali. I hope na there will be a consultation with the barangay. Sisilakat ko sila. Kapilang kita ko ng mga ente. Ayuda. Hindi ka natin ayuda. Siyempre sa majority, no? Kita ko sa pwede.
Si el agua lang sila kita pwede. No metal mga cosa. Hindi ba man? El agua na di. Mataas sige maalaga sa kalaga. Agua di ba? Pero no metal cosa.
At the end, the sharing of the barrio captain based from the agreed position of the group, he said,
katulad na sabi na, putangan, mas nagdagan ang piling niya. So, saan punta ang tubig? Aakyat yan. Ang tubig is hanap talaga siya ng daanan niya. Oo, may lugar. So, pag mapuno yan, tulad na nagbuhos na yung tubig dito, matutuyo lang siya. Mas maganda pa ang gagawin kung ganun, mu-absorb lang siya sa lupa. So, walang delikado. Walang madamage doon sa ilog, walang madamage sa talaga. Normal siya lang pa.
in its best solution, the Friends of the Zamboanga Watershed Movement suggested to cover the tailing pond to avoid water penetration in order to reach the river after its absorption by the subsoil. Above all, we were concerned of the clean water as a priority needed by the people, especially by the farmers. The slogan of the Friends of the Watershed of Zamboanga is, "The water is gold, the water is life." And in the local language of Zamboanga, we say, "El agua es oro, el agua es vida."
Sila yung matagal na yan.
Baka nga nasa YouTube niya.
2015 pa yan.
Okay, this is one concrete experience that we have recorded in Zamboanga. Of course, there are many other situations all around the countries. So I would like to continue my presentation by quoting Gandhi, said that the world can answer to the need of all, but not to the greed of all. So that is the reality. This reflection can be applied in many ways, especially about the motherhood. I remember that in 1988, the CBCP came up with a pastoral letter on creation. The title is, "What is happening to our beautiful land?" The dramatic situation of today urges us to do more and together. Here, I do not present the many challenges that we have to face internationally, nationally, or locally. But I focus on a special experience with the hope of inspiring you to do your best in the place where you are, convinced that our Mother Earth is sick and we need to do our best according to the place and the position that we have in society. To do this, we have to start from ourselves. We have to be convinced that we cannot reach very far if we do not start from ourselves. I would like to say this, this is the effort of the ecology of the heart. The ecology of the heart can be explained many ways, but at the end, bring us to the level of the spirituality. And if we apply this in terms of peace, Paul VI say, the peace of the heart is the heart of peace. So in this context, also the ecology of the heart, if we have a clean heart, we can work together or inspire other people on that line. With this spirit, the dialogue with creation and the invitation to ecology of the heart in 2007, and that is something is mentioned here. This booklet present an experience and after give some formation program and some inspiration. In 2007, we start to organize a group called Friends of the Ayala Watershed because of this situation. Ayala is a barangay and also one of the watershed of Zamboanga City. We decided to be united against the new mining company that was already moving to get the permit from the local government. It was a great experience of solidarity among groups and institutions. If you see in the page 8, there is a list of the organizations that participate actively. We have been able to create an impact in Zamboanga, moving with prudence. Prudence means we know that mining company and business, they use also method to silence people. And with determination, we were able to motivate many who follow us in many ways. This was a great effort that brought us to another step. We invite two lawyers, one Muslim and one Christian, both friends and members of the Silsila, that for free they defended this. We have a very great experience even going to Sangguniang Panglong Sud to defend this cause, even bringing hundreds of farmers in that Sangguniang to support. I remember that in one of these gatherings, one of the members of Sangguniang said to me, "Father, you promote dialogue. Why you are interfere in this issue?" Means in this issue of the mining. And I answer, yes, for us dialogue is holistic, it's also dialogue with creation. All this effort culminate in a silent rally with more than 10,000 people. It was a silent and strong, meaningful message that probably you can see in this, maybe page 9, there are some of these pictures. Thanks to God, at the time our companions, our complaint was accepted by the late President Nonoy Aquino, and the permit was cancelled. This great achievement encouraged us to move forward in our mission to dialogue with creation, and we move for the protection of all the watershed of Zamboanga. At the time, the watershed of Zamboanga identified were 6. Now, recently, they identified 10 watershed as it is present in this primer. And we are working together. We form a kind of movement of Friends of the Watershed movement, and there is a co-group. There is a list of the co-group members, all expert and committed leaders, Muslim, Christian. We are working together for this. We have moved with determination. We along the way have identified other alarming problem and abuse related to this specific concern of the protection of the environment. So this is ongoing effort that we are doing. During the COVID-19, as we know, we have been a little bit silent, but still alert and visible in different ways. And after COVID-19, time was restored, the advocacy, and we restart the Dialogue Creation Partners Movement in Zamboanga. The key members of this movement are co-group members, but also others who support us. In this process, we have an official agreement with the Western Mindanao State University, especially the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Forestry, and we work together. We have also a strong link with the Peacebuilding moderator. With them, the Peacebuilding moderator are representative of the school of the PED in Zamboanga. And the Zamboanga is not Manila, but it's big enough. I think we have 250,000 students in the PED schools, no? And with them, we work together, especially for the World Interfaith Harmony Week, and now we are involving them in this new week, Dialogue Creation Partners Week. So they are moving. In fact, already there is a list of activity that will be done in the next few days, means the first week of October. I will not go into details or other part of the primer, so you can see the primer. It's an effort that we did in our own way. It's a concrete way to promote dialogue creation. But I can say that there are other initiative information that are important for us. Thanks to a friend who is very committed in this area of dialogue creation, I was informed that the Philippines are, because we are also looking, there are laws in the Philippines, and the friend said, you know, Father, the Philippines, the law about creation are maybe among the best in the world, but what about corruption and all the things? And so we are in this point. At this point, I wish to invite you to reflect on the future of the world. The issue is bigger than us. It is time to go back to the basic principle of human relation. Today we are advocate technology, but humanity is more vulnerable. What to do? So this is a point of reflect. I think there are many initiatives that many are doing. For instance, we are promoting an initiative that we call Plan, Care and Share. So especially in urban area, how to plant, especially some urban medicine or useful plants, and how to take care and share. So this become also a way to promote interreligious dialogue, or anyway, a good relation with the neighbor people. Now at this time for us to be creative, I think many of us in groups, we are doing something in our own way. For instance, you see in YouTube, you can find this documentary. There are also lessons that we have in YouTube, dialogue, Silsila dialogue, and then years ago, we have a school of dialogue creation. There is also one lesson about Laudato Si that I presented. So means all of us, many institutions, we are doing many things. There is a lot of good materials here and there, and maybe we can avail. If we believe in something, we have to be consistent to do the mission that we believe. So that is the message. We really believe, of course we believe, and we have to do our best. I believe the presence today is in this direction. in my little way, I've done my best to start the mission of interreligious dialogue. It was presented something about myself. I don't know, by providence, I can say I'm here in the Philippines. At the beginning, I supposed to be sent in another countries. I'm a priest of the Second Vatican Council at the time. I was ordained priest the year after Vatican Council, and it was at the time a strong message among the many messages of the Vatican to the new way of the mission. The new way of the mission was in the line of reaching out others in the religious dialogue, and I was interested, and with other friends, especially two friends. One is Father Salvatore Carceda, who was killed in Zamboanga in 1992 in the contest. It's quite for those who are know the situation, Abu Sayyaf, etc. So another priest also. In other words, I came in 77, and it was mentioned that I became negotiator for MNLF. I remember in 2 years moving the forest, beautiful forest in Siocon area, living with the rebels to find solution for peace, going to the military. It was a long and very challenging moment, but that was a moment to say, really it's worth it. Among the other things, thinking about the dialogue with creation, that place was beautiful before, the forest. Now it is destroyed by another mining company that entered in that place. So we have always a lot of experience, expectation, but in the same time, frustration, what to do. I think there are those who get discouraged. Maybe one thing that is my little experience, I try not to get discouraged. I try to find ways, even the dialogue, in the religious dialogue, it's not easy. I remember when I started this dialogue in Mindanao, one friend, the bishop, that some of you still remember, he passed away, Bishop Tutut, was involved in the religious dialogue. He said, yes, Sebastiano, he called me Sebastiano. Now in the Philippines, I became Father Seb, no? Because there is my name is Sebastiano. When I started my first mission, became Father Sebastian. Now in Zamboanga, I became Father Seb. Short, but I'm the same person. So Father Bishop Tutut saying, you remember, you go on with this, but this is a mission of 100 years. And I can say it is true. Already 40 years of Silsila dialogue movement. Of course, many things happened from that time on in terms of, we can say, development or sharing. Just an example, I see here, I think, Haji, who is from Campo Grand Mosque. There is one, Alfred, from the Campo Church. They are working in this area, but also in many parts of Mindanao, there are groups, and of course, in more recent time, I'm happy that the Uni-Harmony partners, the Manila and many others, are moving in that direction. really we have to do our best, and all the opportunity are important to move in that direction. Now, I want to conclude to say, yes, from that experience of, we can say, of the Silsila Dialogue movement, we started after a few years a movement that is called Emmaus Dialogue Movement. This is a group of Catholics who are dedicating their life, consecrating their life for the mission of dialogue, and it's increasing as a number in different parts. There are also priests. There is also a bishop who is our bishop protector. Before was Bishop Capaglia, who passed away. Now the bishop protector is Bishop Leo of Dalmau of Basilan. And a few years ago, we started an Emmaus College of Theology major of interreligious dialogue. So means we form young people. These are only Catholic who could have a college, a proper college, but with this theology and major of interreligious dialogue. So that initial sharing of Silsila with all the aspect dialogue with God, ourselves, others, and creation is becoming more visible. And I can say, and I can conclude it to say, we have to do more and more. I think it is, if you remember the Genesis, the first part of the Genesis chapter 4, verse 8 to 16, the dramatic moment when Cain killed the brother Abel. And if we can apply in this context how we are killing, we can say, we put the name Cain, killing the mother earth, and maybe the question of God say, what you have done to the mother earth. And maybe some of us, we don't know what to say. Some say, I do not know. I'm not the mother keeper. What I can do. So what we can do in this situation? We can do many things. We have to be more courageous. In the context of the Philippines, I know that the church is moving more in the right direction. Many institutions are like us, but also we have to avoid compromise with the source of power who could do double phase. In one phase, they destroy the environment, the other phase, they help the institutions. So there are many things to consider, and I think with wisdom, determination, and together, we can do many things. So congratulations for the organizer, and thank you very much.
Once again, let's give a warm round of applause for Father Seb. Just a few takeaways. Father Seb emphasized the deep spiritual connection between our humanity and creation. How it is very important for us to see, of course, the world as a sacred gift from God. In line with this, one of the initiatives toward a call for greater collective reflection and action is the declaration of the first week of October as Dialogue with Creation Partners Week. And then Father Seb showed us a very powerful video depicting his actual work through the Silsila dialogue movement, which he founded in Zamboanga. It was a visual reminder which underscores the urgency of ecological advocacy and the need for spiritual engagement in protecting the earth. Lastly, Father Seb, of course, by sharing your personal experience to us, I found that very edifying. That's very inspiring. And so we really all need to do our part in this important task. So thank you, Father Seb, for that very engaging lecture. Thank you. We shall now open the floor for questions and insights from our participants. So if you have any question for Father Seb, please feel free to approach the mic stand. You raise your hand. Once acknowledged, please approach the mic stand. State your name, your affiliation, and your question, please. Anyone would like to start by asking a question or sharing their insights? Yes, please. Dr. Carmen Alviar. Yes, please.
I would like to share my experience with Father Seb. It was my first time when he invited me to go there. I find it really something closer to the nature. Being a part of that, say, faculty or what, you feel at ease, you feel God's presence in all the things around. People so respectful, and I learned to eat all kinds of leaves. I do appreciate Father Seb in my heart. You are there in Zamboanga. I miss it. Thank you so much, Father Seb.
Yes, Dr. Carmen was with us last month and stayed with us 2 months ago. Yes, she mentioned this because I didn't elaborate. In Zamboanga, we have a place we call Harmony Village. There is a story very interesting about this. It is a little bit outside Zamboanga, but only a few kilometers. At that time, when I started Silsila, I was looking for a place to develop something in that direction of gathering nature, etc. And I find a place moving nice, facing the Basilan and beautiful place, etc. Was a jungle area. And the funny story or providential story is that I said, maybe this is a good place that we can develop. I went to look for the owner, and providentially, it's a friend, a Chinese friend, who is the owner of big land there. And he said, yes, Father, I explained what I want to do. And he said, so practically we agree. He gave to us 15 hectares. Practically it was a gift. The others, some 2 or 3 Muslim family in a mosque. I was surprised why. And after they said to me, you know, this is a jungle area where the rebels of Zamboanga del Norte come here to hiding. And these friends of the Zamboanga del Norte rebels are my friends that I helped them in Zamboanga del Norte with the negotiation. I mentioned 2 years with them. So I became their friend, their father, and I was even protected by them. So one of the commander came to me and said, Father, you know, this was our place before. but in a very friendly way. He was happy that I was the one who was occupied and developed that area. So there are many stories. Even this commander, when Abu Sayyaf came in the 90s, said, Father, he came in Harmony Village, Father, there is a group, they want to kidnap you, and they gave order to me, because this is the style. The Abu Sayyaf, and I said to this commander, I said, what do you like to do? I said, no, I cannot be, you are my father. So he said, okay, you come with me. I went with him. So the kidnapping lasted only 3 hours, because he brought me to 2 or 3 places in Zamboanga, and he said to these people, do not touch me. And that was in Harmony Village around. So there are many stories. So Carmen know the place, of course, welcome to Harmony Village. There are no more rebels, everything is secure.
Thank you, Father Sam, for your stories. Yes, please. Yes, Father Rex, and then Sister. Yes, please.
Carmen said, you are in her heart. So I'd like to speak of the heart is the earth, and the earth is the heart. I'm inspired, Father said, because I have something in my heart. I mean, some blockages. I need to take care of my heart. But in my mind now, to take care of my heart, I also have to take care of the earth. So I'm a Colombian missionary, and Colombians are involved very early on the ecological mission, and even involved in the writing of the draft of the pastoral letter, the Bishop CBCP's pastoral letter, no? How is our beautiful earth? And as a Colombian also, I knew that, if, as your message says today, if the heart is not pure, then our earth, our environment cannot be pure. So I'll just affirm that you are pointing out towards the spirituality or the ecology of the heart. As you said, Pope Paul VI says that the heart of peace is peace in the heart. But let's say today, the heart is the earth, and the earth is the heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can say that the father and the mother of Father Rex are they were very good, committed members of Silsila. They passed away, and always I remember them. And now I'm happy that my successor in CBCP is Father Rex.
Thank you very much, Father Rex. Sister, please. Thank you.
Good morning po, Father Seb, and thank you so much for inspiring us. Reflecting on the silsila itself is new for me, that it's a link to the divine. And reflecting on the El Agua is Oro, the life, and El Agua is life, El Agua is Vida. I reflect on how our experience, our spirituality to the divine, our experience of God in our life. And you brought me to reflect on our origin as a Filipino. We are Tagalog, we are from the river, and knowing that the Zamboangas, they are Sobanon, they are people of the river. Pampanga, there are people from the river also. Ilocanos from the north, they are people of Doc. So, me myself as a human, I am 55% water, and the men are 60% water. So, you brought me back to going back to the basic, taking in. It is really an awareness for us to take care of life, to take care of water. If we can be kind to ourselves and we let the people, the children, instill how to love the water, maybe there's a hope, a dream, and to act properly. How do you help us go back to the basic? Thank you.
Thank you, sister. You remind me one thing that you mentioned about Subanon and indigenous people. My first experience, I can say, were the Subanon, not so the Muslim. And in fact, the first group I started was a Subanon group, was Musulabo Gita. It's a Subanon words, let's be united. But after knowing the more urgent need for the Muslim, I gave more attention. But even that, in Zamboanga, Silsila work very close with the Subanon, especially we have an advocacy. There is the eco zone on Zamboanga who occupied 15,000 hectares, but in reality 7,000 hectares more or less belong to Subano, and they do not respect the IPRA law, and so we are moving. Hopefully we'll be successful. We ask a prayer for that. So we move, sister, with courage, no?
Thank you. Thank you, Father Seb.
Times.
Okay. One more, please, sister, please.
Ang dami na nila.
This will probably be the last for this open forum. If you'd like to talk to Father Seb, maybe you can have a little chit chat with him during the break. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. I'm Sister Maria from the Augustinian Missionaries of the Philippines. With your sharing, it comes back our present struggle with the indigenous people in Palawan, Brooks Point, Palawan. Up to now, we have the struggle of the Palawan tribe, no? The same, it's on the mining issue that they are struggling on. And it's almost 2 years from now, but still the struggle goes on. And it caused so much pain, especially among the tribes. Division among them, because there are those who are pro mining, others are not. And the effect to their children, the generation, and especially the culture. Good, we have some kind of support from the church and also some NGOs and also some from the government. But we can really feel, no? Really the cry of the earth is the cry of the poor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's the last question. Thank you, sister, for this experience. We continue to be in solidarity with so many who are, we can say, we are struggling, no? I know many friends, even somebody who passed away, etc. So, but it is worth it to work together for this mission. So hopefully this conference will be a good occasion for us to be together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Seb, for graciously sharing your stories to us. Thank you for your active participation. At this point, Father, please stay. We would like to express our gratitude to you for your very inspiring lecture. we will present you with a certificate of appreciation and university token. So may I please invite on stage Reverend Father Pablo Chong, OP, Vice Rector for Religious Affairs of the university, Professor Joel Sagud, the Director of the Center for Theology, Religious Studies, and Ethics, Mr. Allen. Okay, Professor Froilan Alipio, also, if you may join us, Director of UST Simbahayan, and Associate Professor Alan Basas, Assistant Director of the UST Institute of Religion, to present to Father Seb our university token and certificate of appreciation. Allow me please to read the citation. The certificate of appreciation is presented to Reverend Father Sebastiano Di Ambra Pime in sincere appreciation and grateful acknowledgement for his invaluable contribution as plenary speaker on the topic Dialogue with Creation, the Silsila Dialogue Movement, during the Advocacy Conference in celebration of the 2024 UN International Day of Peace with the theme, Together We Dream, Hope and Act, Educating Toward Dialogue with Creation and Peacebuilding, held on the 20th of September 2024 from 8 to 5 p.m. at the George SKT Function Hall, 4th floor, Buenaventura Garcia Paredes OP Building, University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Assistant Professor Froilan Alipao, Professor Joel Sagud, Father Ermito de Sagon, and Reverend Father Pablo Chong. Thank you very much once again, Father Seb, and thank you to our dear UST officials and Father Chong. Thank you very much. Thank you. At this point, we would also like to award a certificate and a token, a university token to Elder Michael Strong, if you may please. Thank you very much. We'd like to present a university token to our guest. Again, Father Chong, if you may, Professor Joel Sagud, Assistant Professor Alan Basas, and please Professor Ali Pao, if you may please hand to our guest our university tokens. Thank you very much for being gracious in coming here and delivering that beautiful message for all of us this morning. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Salamat po. Maraming salamat. Now that we've had a stimulating start to the conference, let's take a short break. We'll now have our health break. Please feel free to grab your snacks. Again, room 402 for those with yellow and white stabs. Behind this stage for those with blue and red food stabs. Please claim your snacks now. We will reconvene in 15 minutes for our next lecture. So please be back on time. Thank you very much. May we ask some ushers, our ushers, to please assist our guests towards the VIP. Please bring your water tumblers also with you, as we will. There are water dispensers, but there won't be any cups provided. So please bring your water tumblers and containers. Thank you very much.
Galing kang pumesto eh. Pinapunta ko sa harap eh.
Anuan kita. Sandali, sandali po.
Ako ang pinili o pinasunod ng Father Ang merienda na daw.
I think I know you. How are you?
Kumain ka na? Kausapin mo ko si Papa. Maaga pa eh.
Pero nung isang araw lang ako dito. Pupunta ako dito. Quezon Bolivar.
May bago ako natutunan kayo. This one. Yeah, I love it.
Magal ka ganon din.
Inulat ko kayo. Yun lang yung natandaan ko.
Pag magagalit ka, ito kami. Hindi naman alam yung meaning. Basta galit ka.
Nandun kayo mga kasama sa pag-aayos. Hindi kayo mga yung bahay. Kami ba ako ready na sa kami na makakabang gumawa.
Father Crab.
Kumusta? Kumusta? Uy, kumusta? So, you send something to someone, no? To sila.
Yeah. We asked this one from the receptionist.
Some video.
The video was very informative, Father. Although that was the first time that I watched it.
But it's in YouTube.
It's good, Father. It's good. I was trying to figure out who edited the video, and I saw it's Ray.
Maybe.
Yeah, I saw the name of Ray.
Kumusta? Mabuti ka. Now,
The presentation is good, Father.
very good. Try to write something.
But you did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation, right?
You know.
You did not ask Lady Ann to do it for you?
No, but PowerPoint presentation is like a lesson.
No, it's not. Maybe if you could just share some pictures.
Plus, you know, I'm free to jump because even I jump in one thing the PowerPoint here.
It's good, Father. Are you staying after lunch or you need to leave?
Actually, I will stay I went to the doctor yesterday. I have to do injection.
Today?
No, Monday.
Monday.
Yes. The Lord knows how to make me These are my friends in Quiapo.
Is Haji Ali, a Muslim leader in Quiapo. All around the Philippines, sister. We also have a group in Marawi, in Davao. Most of these groups are in Mindanao.
Practically, they are in the Quiapo area. The Quiapo area is
So I'm from Quiapo Church Sister, and he's from the Golden Mosque.
Good morning once again. May we request everyone to please settle back on their seats as we shall begin shortly, in a little while.
Father, the
Please
other day,
go
I
back to
received
your
a call
seats.
from Raymond.
Kung maaari po ay bumalik na tayo sa ating mga upuan. Tayo po ay magsisimula
One of
na.
your visiting lecturers from
Papatuloy na sa ating
He's from
programa.
Basilan.
Maraming salamat po.
Raymond. He called me up and then he told me if I could already replace him by October in YouTube.
Yes, I know this one.
Did he tell you about it? But I did not mention anything to Miss Nelly, to Ma'am Nelly. Maybe it's Ram who talked to her. But I told Ram, you know, I'm not ready. This is not yet my timeline. My timeline is next year.
Yes.
Early next year.
Maybe.
So I said, in as much as I wanted to, but I'm not prepared, and it may ruin all the plans that I am actually have. So it's very unwise, I think, Father. And I even told him that I need to ask permission from him. I'm done, Father. I'm done. I'll give you the final copy. Yeah. Because, you know, he said that he's being called up by the bishop already in Basilan. Oh.
Once again, may we request everyone to please settle back on their seats as we shall begin or resume with our program.
Okay.
Father, tomorrow, what time? What time are you
Muli
coming?
po, inaanyayahan ng lahat na sila na kayo ay bumalik na sa inyong mga upuan para sa pagpapatuloy po ng ating advocacy conference. Maraming salamat po.
So, 9 o'clock tomorrow.
9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Maybe should I already give to you the key?
Sige nga. Thank you.
I don't need anymore the...
No.
Hindi,
Dapat
kasi...
may key ka.
I can borrow from the security.
Magkopya ka muna bago mo ibigay. Magkopya ka muna.
Mamaya.
Mamaya.
Kasi
nasa CDO ako eh. So, ang ano talaga, ang makapasok dyan.
Thank you very much po. Maraming salamat.
Kung kailangan may pumasok ikaw.
Nindot siguro, Father, after that, no, you collect all the documentations that you gathered, and then later on, maybe we could
Itong grupo po natin ay napaka-diverse.
consolidate everything in one single
Galing
video.
po sa iba-ibang communities,
Like, for example, in a year,
organizations, at
in a
ibang
year,
bansa.
these are the
Incidentally po,
conferences that
meron
you
tayong mga
attended,
kaibigan. We have friends
or
from
you
Ghana.
participated.
They're
Para
here
at
for
least
the first time in the
CBCP has this,
Philippines. And the first event that they're attending is a conference in the University of Santo Tomas. We'd like to welcome our friends from Ghana. Maybe ask them to stand up. They learned about the conference from a friend, I think in Singapore. And now they're here with us. We're happy to host you. We're happy that you're here with us today. Good morning. We hope that you're enjoying the conference. Please enjoy the rest of your stay in the Philippines.
Pero meron ka ng agenda para bukas.
Okay po.
What are we going to?
Kasi
it's more on the planning.
Consultation. Transition kasi.
Okay, I think we have all settled now.
Kasi magpunto turnover para formal turnover. Kasi parang the ball is in
So welcome back everyone. I hope that you had a refreshing break.
So you can already rest din.
Okay po.
Ganun ka siya
So without much ado, we now proceed to to our second lecture,
Very excited.
which will be delivered by no less than His Excellency, Most Reverend Gerardo A. Alminaza, Doctor of Divinity, Bishop of San Carlos. Bishop Gerardo Alminaza is an alumnus of the University of Santo Tomas, was ordained a priest for Bacolod in 1986, and appointed Auxiliary Bishop of Haro in 2008. In 2013, Pope Francis named him Bishop of San Carlos. Under his leadership, diocese has actively opposed the San Miguel coal-fired power plant, advocated for divestment from fossil fuels, and supported justice for farmers and human rights advocates in Negros. Bishop Alminaza led the planting of 2018 and has received the Luntiang Panagtitipon Award and the 2019 New City Award for his environmental work. Bishop Alminaza holds a doctorate in education and a Master of Arts in Pastoral Counseling. In 2022, he became the Philippine Catholic Church's first official delegate to COP28 of the United Nations, I think this Climate Change Conference, and was appointed Caritas Philippines Bishop Champion for Ecology. His Excellency currently serves as Vice Chairman of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of the Philippines, Episcopal Commission on Social Action, Justice and Peace, and is a lead convener in several environmental and social justice movements. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us all warmly welcome His Excellency, Most Reverend Gerardo A. Alminaza, Doctor of Divinity, as he delivers a lecture on peacebuilding and education.
Brothers and sisters, I entitled my presentation, The Struggle for Peace, Educating for Our Desired Future. How very good and pleasant it is when kindred live together in unity. It is like human delight. The precious oil on the head running down upon the bird, on the bird of Aaron running down over the collar of his robes. It is like nature's delight, the dew of Hermon, which falls on the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord ordained his blessing, life forevermore. An adaptation from Psalm 133, verses 1 to 3. Again, my dear brothers and sisters, this morning is an exhilarating opportunity for me to put together mission and advocacy so close to my heart, to talk about peace building and upholding the integrity of creation. The psalm that I earlier quoted offers a beautiful vision of unity where peace flows through both humanity and creation. The imagery may seem distant or old-fashioned, but the psalmist's delight remains timeless. Perhaps the metaphors need updating for us today to make this more relatable, especially for the Gen X, the Millennial, and the Gen Z. Let me attempt. Let's reimagine it in our own context. Picture the relief of precious oil on dry, sun-scorched skin, a luxury for someone in need, particularly the sugar workers in Negros. Or think about the joy that comes with the first rain after a long El Niño drought. Coming from Negros, I would describe it like this. How very good and pleasant it is when kindred live together in unity.
It is like a table overflowing with sumptuous cuisines set before the hungry anawim of Negros. It is like crystal springs flowing freely over the island's verdant mountains and lush valleys to shores teeming with corals and other living creatures. For there the Lord ordained His blessing, life forevermore. We see in this verse that God's blessing is for humans and nature. In this poetry, we are invited to dream, to envision together our desired future. Do we not still desire the goodness and pleasure for all of us to live in unity? Is this not a holistic approach where human flourishing is inextricably linked in creation's ecological balance? Yes, this is our struggle for peace. We open our eyes to see that genuine peace must move us beyond anthropocentric ways. In the psalmist tongue of old, we hear word images of human and nature association, the very things that we still need today. We find courage to hope as our dreams are simply a next generation's languaging of ideas that have been with us since ancient times. Our prayer for peace is still in finding the ways to live together in unity. Caring for the earth and the poor is peace building. As Pope Francis teaches us in Laudato Si, and I quote, "A true ecological approach always becomes a social approach. It must integrate questions of justice in debates on the environment so as to hear both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor." Unquote. I would want to believe that we have already integrated our understanding of mission with the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth. But unfortunately, our eyes tell us otherwise. Too often, the powerful and the greedy care for neither the poor nor the earth. This is truly the main problem. Let's take the example of tree planting. It's often praised as a simple environmental action. Yes, trees are crucial. They prevent erosion, absorb carbon, provide fruits and paper and more. But here's the issue. Planting trees can sometimes be a form of greenwashing. We focus on quick actions that make us feel good without addressing the deeper problems. What's the root of environmental degradation? It's greed and overproduction. Fossil fuels drive pollution, and the destruction often happens even before products reach consumers. Yet, we're distracted by surface-level solutions like tree planting, while the real problem, unregulated exploitation for profit, continues unchecked. The root of the problem is dirty, destructive, and unnecessary overproduction. Instead, they fool us into thinking that what we need to do is plant trees. We don't even usually monitor those trees after we leave our action. Frankly, many of the trees don't survive. That's why we are training our dioceses now to do geotagging and mapping. But most importantly, our attention is diverted. We must educate our people to objectively analyze and identify the most significant connections between the struggles of the poor and the groans of nature. We must educate people on how to map out problems and pinpoint the causes. Our education should be aimed at capacitating our networks towards actions that will make significant and meaningful changes. Injustice, where the rich control the lion's share of the land and power, at the root of social unrest and the groaning of creation. We keep busy doing small good things while the rich and powerful continue to plunder and destroy. As difficult and uncomfortable as it is, we need to grapple with this truth. We must move beyond band-aids and palliative balms that often merely assuage our own guilt and alleviate our discomfort at our own inaction. Our education must be geared towards helping others to see this painful truth. We must educate people to see the connections between the struggles of the poor and the groaning of the nature. Justice for the earth and the poor go hand in hand. The root causes of unpeace, injustice in the Philippines. Here in the Philippines, our beloved country, we live in the reality of injustice. The anak pawis, the working people, struggle just to survive. They work under the scorching sun for starvation wages. They labor in fields like the haciendas in Negros, or sow in their homes for the global market. They are deprived of basic rights and the dignity of a peaceful existence. This inequality doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's rooted in history, colonialism, foreign domination, and political elitism. And it's now new phase, widespread phase in our country, the political dynasties. It also reflects environmental destruction, the displacement of communities due to mining, reclamation, and other so-called development projects that disregard both the poor and creation. The rich control the land and power, leaving the majority struggling. The gap between the wealthy and the poor grows wider every day. As Oxfam reported, during the pandemic, the wealth of the 10 richest people doubled, while 99% of the world's population saw their income shrink. Poverty is deepening and it's affecting everything from food security to education. This pushed over 160 million more people into poverty. Oxfam also calculates that inequality contributes to the death of at least 21,000 people per day, one person every 4 seconds. Meanwhile, extreme weather events are becoming more frequent due to climate change, making the poor even more vulnerable. Societies that do not move toward a more just and holistic social order will not find peace. No justice, no peace. No integrity of creation, no peace. No land to the tillers, no peace. No decent wages and dignity of work, no peace. No adherence to human rights, no respect for indigenous peoples and Bangsamoro, No gender equality and justice, no access to basic and social services, no peace. As the prophet Jeremiah said, and I quote, "They have treated the wound of my people carelessly, saying, 'Peace, peace,' when there is no peace." Unquote. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 14, chapter 8, verse 11. Without justice, there can be no true peace. The role of the church. We should squarely acknowledge that religion, especially Christian religion, has been part and parcel of the historic experiences of subjugation and domination, notably in our country, the Philippines. The 300 plus years of Spanish colonization followed by US colonization used missionaries and Christian conversion as a tool of subjugation, moral suasion, and conformity. The Spanish labeled hamleting and conversion of the natives as a reduction, reducing them into subjects and slaves of the crown. Even today, we trace the control of vast tracts of land by just a few families to the history of colonial rule. We see the vestiges of church influence in normalizing the rule of the few over a reduced that is without power, obedient, docile, and suffering workforce with their eyes still affixed to a heavenly afterlife. In contrast, however, the late theologian, Father Carlos Abisames, the Society of Jesus, and many of the same spirit, pointed out that we will see differently if we take another look at Jesus. The Christian story comes alive when we embrace the relevance of an exodus from Egypt's slavery and a journey to a promised land as a much-needed alternative to the dire conditions of the Filipino people. Such a look allows us to hear with freshness the role of Jesus as a liberating force, whose message takes shape in journeying with the poor in their efforts to cause social change and build a more equitable society. As Jesus said in Luke chapter 4, verses 18 to 19, and I quote, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because He has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." Unquote. Jesus was not about upholding the status quo. He turned over the tables of thieving money changers. He healed even on the Sabbath. He associated with ordinary people as well as those at the margins, including the despised, rather than with the hypocritical and uncaring religious hierarchy. Jesus' message was transforming. He came with good news for the poor. He brought a message of hope, love, redemption, and genuine peace. The powers that be would pressure the church to continue to uphold and enable the status quo, and perhaps we must admit that the church in the Philippines has often benefited materially from cooperation with these powers. That's why I'm happy that CBCP has decided to divest from institutions that are contributing to the destruction of our environment and to come up with a non-acceptance policy of gifts and donations from the same institutions. If only to preserve our integrity and reclaim our prophetic voice. heart of the Christian message is radical hope in God's redeeming power. We should not sugarcoat, water down, or attempt to tame the Christian mandate to work for social transformation and a just peace for humanity and the entire creation. Our charism as disciples of Jesus empowers us as teachers and change makers, as mobilizers of righteousness, as healers of wrongs, and as proponents of genuine peace building. Jesus was labeled the Prince of Peace. You and I are His emissaries for this just peace in the world today. As followers of Jesus, we are called to do the same. Our mission is not to maintain the systems that oppress and take advantage, but to stand with the poor, the vulnerable, and all of creation. And I hope we hear loud and clear the groanings of the poor and creation. Interconnectedness and solidarity, a struggle for peace. Jesus said, and I quote, "The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly." Unquote. John chapter 10, verse 10. We are a common humanity, crafted in God's image and wonderfully made. We are to live in harmony with one another. This includes in harmony with creation. We are challenged to enlarge the space of our tent. This is taken from the book of the prophet Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 2. To enlarge the space of our tent. This is the title of the working paper, the Instrumentum Laboris of the first session of the Synod on Synodality. And we are challenged to join in a movement of transformation for creating peace based on social justice that includes both the environment and the anawim of the Philippines. The poor, the oppressed, the marginalized, and the exploited in society today. Peace is about more than just ending conflict. It's about fostering solidarity. We are all interconnected, and this was mentioned by almost everybody before me. We are all interconnected, not just with each other, but with the natural world. As Pope Francis says in Fratelli Tutti, solidarity is more than random acts of kindness. It's about working together to address the root causes of poverty, inequality, and injustice. In our peace education, we must focus on these connections. It's not enough to perform small good deeds while ignoring the larger issues. We must teach people to see how economic injustice, environmental degradation, and human suffering are all linked together. Today, I would like to challenge all of us together with three main themes for their development. First, we must grasp our interconnectedness, our being part of a dynamic ecosystem, our integral interrelatedness. In the Diocese of San Carlos, we popularized and adapted the battle cry, Ubuntu. And our friends from Ghana here could appreciate this. Ubuntu is an African culture that we can learn from, meaning I am because we are. It is stronger than bayanihan. Ubuntu embodies common existence in relationship. Science tries to articulate this with ecology or ecosystems. We are all interconnected. Kaya walang iwanan. No one should be left behind. Number 2, we must embrace and value solidarity as a teaching tool. And I would like to quote directly from Pope Francis in Fratelli Tutti number 115, and I quote, "At a time when everything seems to disintegrate and lose consistency, it is good for us to appeal to the solidity born of the consciousness that we are responsible for the fragility of others as we strive to build a common future. Solidarity finds concrete expression in service, which can take a variety of forms in an effort to care for others. And service in great part means caring for vulnerability, for the vulnerable members of our families, our society, our people. In offering such service, individuals learn to set aside their own wishes and desires, their pursuit of power, before the concrete gaze of those who are most vulnerable. Service always looks to their faces, touches their flesh, senses their closeness, and even in some cases suffers that closeness and tries to help them. Service is never ideological, for we do not serve ideas, we serve people." End quote. In fact, the greatest test of our authenticity in loving is how much we treat the vulnerable members of our community. Pope Francis continues to exhort us, saying, and I quote, "Solidarity means much more than engaging in sporadic acts of generosity. It means thinking and acting in terms of community. It means that the lives of all are prior to the appropriation of goods by a few. It also means combating the structural causes of poverty, inequality, the lack of work, land and housing, the denial of social and labor rights. It means confronting the destructive effects of the empire of money. Solidarity, understood in its most profound meaning, is a way of making history, and this is what popular movements are doing." Unquote. These are the very words of Pope Francis, not mine, in Fratelli Tutti 115. Number 3, we must transcend the educator's comfort in our compartment of knowing and place ourselves in a movement, finding the synergies between being, knowing, and doing. This happens when we see ourselves as part of the struggle to be, to become, to live into our desired future. How does struggle figure into the dismal realities of a conflict and power-torn society? Struggle is at the heart, the spirit of God's intention to set the world aright. For people of faith, this opens up new dimensions of possibility. We are together in the effort, in the struggle for genuine peace based on justice. Our call to synodality urges us to become a cognizant participant in local communities and ecosystems. The church should be further challenged to go to the margins and learn there, to immerse ourselves as colleagues and agents of solidarity, so that more will actively and effectively participate in this struggle for life abundant, for the fullness of life that God dreams for all of us. 20th century peace poet Denis Levertov writes, and I quote, "We have only begun to know the power that is in us. if we could join our solitudes in the communion of struggle. So much is unfolding that must complete its gesture. So much is in bud and coat. The beauty of struggle is that it is an active reach for social change by those who are engaging it. It creates a space for those who had been previously rendered with little or no power to cultivate a collective assertion of what should be. It teaches as we do it. It teaches as we do it. It summons us to work together so that we weigh and measure how to bring about social transformation that addresses the root causes of social unrest, and more so, armed conflict. It focuses our desire and objective to build a more just and equitable society. Interconnectedness, solidarity, and struggle pulls through communities that claim their human rights and work for peace. These vibrate in peasant organizations that assert their dignity and their call for land to the tillers. They cadence with the successful bungkalan of farm workers, especially in Negros Island, who stave off hunger during Chimpo Muerto, or with the awarding of land titles to tenant farmers through agrarian reform. They are the repeating bass, the ostinato of social activists who campaign on the issues of the people and of the most dedicated missionaries in the ministries for justice, peace, and the integrity of creation. Peace building is music in the ears of God, who wants our participation in transforming the world towards justice and wholeness. No justice, no peace. On formal peace negotiations, peace talks now. I would be remiss not to also include some information about formal peace negotiations between the government of the Republic of the Philippines and the National Democratic Front in the Philippines. Last November 23, 2023, a joint statement between the two parties lifted hopes when they said and proclaimed and signed this document, which you can see there. And I quote, "Cognizant of the serious socio-economic and environmental issues and the foreign security threats facing the country, the parties recognize the need to unite as a nation in order to urgently address these challenges and resolve the reasons for the armed conflict. The parties acknowledge the deep-rooted socio-economic and political grievances and agree to come up with a framework that sets the priorities for the peace negotiation with the aim of achieving the relevant socio-economic and political reforms towards a just and lasting peace. Consequently, we envision and look forward to a country where a united people can live in peace and prosperity." Unquote. In the face of an armed conflict that has had a longevity of more than 55 years, peace building is essential, and peace negotiations that support addressing the roots of the armed conflict through peace talks deserve every priority. It may mean that you, like me, could be red-tagged, but still, we must take the task. We should talk about peace negotiations and educate the public on how peace negotiations are a viable opportunity to address deep-rooted socio-economic and political grievances aimed at achieving relevant socio-economic and political reforms towards a just and lasting peace. With or without formal peace negotiations, we should struggle for peace. Let me wrap up with some concrete experiences. In Negros Island, our tangible struggle for peace. We must remember that to address the roots of armed conflict and social unrest is more than a theoretical idea. The struggles that we engage are concrete, visceral, life-changing. They are indeed like budding flowers, where the communities and oppressed peoples are front and center in making buds turn into blooms. Let me share with you a few examples. On the island of Negros, poverty is expansive. The poverty incidence is consistently higher than the national figure. In 2021, national poverty incidence was 18.1% of families, while in Negros, it was 22.6%. In contrast, we are rich in cities because this was a way for hacienda landlords, also often installed as local government officials, to exempt their lands from agrarian reform. Some of the most harrowing photos of starvation during the Marcos martial law came from the Negros Island. And even today, the hardship of peasants and farm workers is utterly shocking, with malnutrition, hunger, and starvation wages all too common. Still, the people struggle. They do not simply accept an equitable distribution of our country's resources. They are awakened to the situation and seek justice. Another example in Hacienda Escolastica. The agrarian reform beneficiaries of Hacienda Escolastica in Mabini, Cadiz, Negros Occidental are still struggling for more than 20 years and even now are not installed on their lands with titles. The agrarian reform process was not simply long. The family claiming ownership of the hacienda has been able to secure some documents locally saying they are still the owners. The family member who managed the hacienda at the time when the agrarian reform process started, with the name of Ernesto Saldarriaga, was perceived as having a good relationship with the beneficiaries. The next manager, Ernesto's brother-in-law, even allowed the farmers to till a portion of the land on their own. Unfortunately, Alicia Saldarriaga Lim, a cousin of Ernesto, claimed to have been declared rightful owner to the landholding in her dispute against Ernesto by the Supreme Court. The land the farmers had been tilling on their own was returned to sugarcane. Many farmers faced charges in court and were arrested through cases filed by the Lims. Now the hacienda is managed by Alicia Lim's son, Lyndon Lim. 2 lots of the hacienda were being distributed under the Department of Agrarian Reform. For one, the Collective Certificate of Land Ownership Award, or CLOA, that was granted in 2003 was declared null and void in an order dated 2003. For the other, the land title could not be located until in 2022. The Registry of Deeds produced an annotation saying that the CLOA has been cancelled. Their struggle continues. From Daguiao Negros para sa Duta Land and Human Rights Report last year, 2023, which we are part in the Diocese of San Carlos in gathering the data, reported 95 documented cases. 62% or 59 cases out of these 95 cases have been filed by the agrarian reform beneficiaries but have remained until now unresolved for already a decade and some even for the past 30 years. God alone knows how many others like them are also calling for land to the tillers. Against large-scale mining. On April 12, 2023, the local community of Santa Catalina, Negros Oriental, including their mayor and others from the city, held a protest against the mining exploration in Sitio Tarub, Barangay San Francisco. Midan Corporation wants to explore over 800 hectares for gold ore, but the community calling for an end to such operations foresees its detrimental impact on the environment. The forests of the municipality are the ancestral lands of the Bukidnon indigenous peoples. Thus, the Santa Catalina Bukidnon Association is raising an alarm that the Midan Corporation was not able to get the free, prior, and informed consent of the affected communities as required by law. Meanwhile, the City Council has cited that the area of Sitio Tarok has been designated for ecotourism. Their struggle continues. Indigenous peoples, government officials, environmentalists, and other concerned citizens join hands to defend the sanctity of the land. Political prisoners in Negros Island. 128 detained, 4 with imminent release, and 9 who have been released so far in 2024. There are at least 128 political prisoners on Negros Island. I am told that around half of these come from areas covered by the Diocese of San Carlos. On March 30, 2023, they held an island-wide hunger strike to call for justice for Edgardo and Ismael Avelino and the rest of the 14 killed and 12 arrested in the March 30, 2019 Santo operations. Edgardo and Ismael were part of the 8 killed in Canlaon City and part of the Diocese of San Carlos. On July 22, 2024, another island-wide hunger strike called for the immediate release on humanitarian grounds of political prisoners who are already sick and elderly, a stop to the threats of arrest and other persecutory measures by the Marcos administration against the Paghidaet sa Kauswagan Development Group and other peasant-oriented NGOs in Negros and elsewhere in the country, and for the resumption of the all-important JRP-NDA formal peace negotiations. There is something truly dynamic when we struggle for social change, as it really does bring us together. Kapatid, friends, and families of political prisoners released a statement of support for me when I was red tagged, and now I cannot help but to circle back and highlight the struggle of political prisoners for justice. They are behind bars, and still they struggle for justice and genuine peace. Imagine if the rest of us could muster up collective courage and make some big actions in the struggle for peace. On victims and martyrs, last. There is much to be done, my dear brothers and sisters, and the costs of struggle can be great. We remember the victims of the Hacienda Nene Sagay massacre on October 20, 2018. 4 women, 3 men, and 2 youth were killed under cover of darkness after planting mongo and other crops on uncultivated lands to stave off the hunger of Tiempo Muerto, or during the dead season. We remember Sara Alvarez, Toto Patigas, and Dr. Rose Sancelan, who were all renowned community leaders. They, like so many others in Negros, were extrajudicially killed. We also remember the desaparecidos Under the Marcos Jr. administration, 4 of the 16 from Negros Island habal-habal drivers, Renel de los Santos and Denald Mialen, and their passenger Lynn Grace Martolinas, April 19, 2023, who was traveling with the NDFP consultant Rogelio Posadas, whose body was surfaced a day later by the military as an alleged casualty in a supposed armed encounter, and peasant organizer Dea Lopez, abducted last September 15, 2023, with the habal-habal driver she hired, who was later found dead with evident signs of torture. And we should not forget Urban Poor Community Organizer Ever Larit, who disappeared on April 3, 2022 in Negros near the end of the Duterte administration. No one is saying that the struggle for justice and genuine peace is without danger. We remember the sacrifices of those who have dared to struggle for justice and peace. Some paid dearly with their very lives. In conclusion, these stories of struggle should stir in us the desire to join in transforming the world towards wholeness. Struggle is a crossroads where the secular and the religious meet, when we identify a commonality of purpose and unite towards a desired change, we can journey together. We are on the side of justice, the side of respect for human rights, the side of the environment, the side of genuine peace building. We struggle in unity and with our diversities. Our efforts to create more equitable relationships, protect freedoms, and assert democratic rights are noble pursuits. In closing, I want to challenge us all to remember the parable of the Good Samaritan by our Lord Jesus Christ from the chapter 15 of the Gospel according to St. Luke. Martin Luther King Jr. had this reflection. The first question that the priest asked, the first question that the Levite asked was, if I stop to help this man, what will happen to me? But then the Good Samaritan came by and he reversed the question. If I do not stop to help this man, what will happen to him? To follow the God of compassion means to fight for justice. According to Martin Luther King Jr., you see, I am tired of picking up people along the Jericho road. I am tired of seeing people battered and bruised and bloody, injured and jumped on along the Jericho roads of life. The road is dangerous. I don't want to pick up anyone else along this Jericho road. I want to fix the Jericho road. Unquote. To all of us called to be educators and change makers, we need a paradigm shift in our peace education. Moving through the question the lawyer asked, who is my neighbor? To the question of Jesus, who acted as a real neighbor to the man in need. We are called into solidarity with the victims. We are called to struggle for our desired future. We learn about peace building and the meaning of our lives by living in solidarity and choosing to be close to those who suffer, as our Lord Jesus was and still is. That's why we say during Angelus, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In peace building, our eyes are wide open to the social unrest that plagues the nation, as well as the multiplicity of threats on the environment, especially in the countryside and underserved regions. As Christians, we must continue the struggle for peace, integral peace, where root causes of social unrest are addressed and resolved, and the integrity of the environment is respected. We must teach peace and live for peace. In Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 16, the Lord said to his people, and I quote, "Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths and where the best road is. Walk on it and you will live in peace." Unquote. Let me end by another quote from Pope Francis in Fratelli Tutti. No one can face life in isolation. We need a community that supports and helps us, in which we can help one another to keep looking ahead. How important it is to dream together. By ourselves, we risk seeing mirage, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Let us dream then, as a single human family, as fellow travelers, sharing the same flesh, as children of the same earth, which is our common home. Each of us bringing the richness of his or her beliefs and convictions. Each of us with his or her own voice, brothers and sisters all. Let our struggle be poetry and music in God's ears. I will continue to ring the bells in our Diocese of San Carlos every 8 o'clock in the evening. We started this effort as a call to stop the killings. The bells remind us of our common humanity, dignity, and sacredness. This call is as urgent as ever. But let the bells also ring our commitment as peace builders who journey with the poor, exploited, marginalized, and oppressed, who protect the integrity of creation, who dare to struggle for justice, freedom, democracy, and peace. Daghang salamat sa inyong tanan. I would like to thank Andrew, who assisted me with the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Once again, let's give a warm round of applause to His Excellency Bishop Alminaza for a very profound and very rich lecture with those illustrations, those narratives and examples that you gave. We appreciate, Bishop, your presentation. If I may just perhaps if I may attempt to synthesize what Bishop Alminaza gave. Of course, the talk emphasized that caring for the earth and the poor are integral aspects in peace building. That true peace cannot exist without addressing the deep connection between social justice and environmental justice. That there's no peace when injustices are committed against the environment or against the marginalized. That peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice for the poor, for the landless, and for the earth. And then Bishop Alminaza challenged us by way of this three. One, that we must grasp our interconnectedness, that we must value solidarity, that which is unity across communities, across faiths, across cultures, and that we must struggle, meaning that the path to peace is not easy, requiring that we endure, we make a lot of effort, that we sacrifice, and that we persevere. That, again, there's much effort, struggle required for genuine peace and justice. As you, of course, narrated to us by way of examples, by some cases that you mentioned, and by we will not forget, of course, the memory of our friends whose lives were lost in the fight for peace and justice. So there's much work to be done, indeed. Okay? So again, thank you very much, Bishop Alminaza. Salamat po. We shall now open the floor for questions and discussions. Again, in the interest of time, perhaps we could accommodate three from our audience who would like to make a comment or maybe ask a question for our dear Bishop? Anyone would like? Yes, please, Dr. Baybado, and then we have a guest here. Our guest, please. Please, brother, if you may, approach the mic stand, introduce yourself, your affiliation, and maybe a question or an insight. Yes, please.
First of all, I'm really thankful for UST as an alumnus of the university. As this is a testament that our university is not just confined in our echo chambers and intellectual ivory towers. I'm Nathan from the Global Compassion Coalition, and Bishop, my question is more of your experience and your somehow sentiments about we seem to be, and that's a very inspiring thought, Bishop, that we seem to be enamored with our culture, throwaway culture that is blinded by the idea that there's a socio-political dimension in our struggle, especially in peace building and of course in environmental protection. But I would like to also ask this, not to play as a devil's advocate, but to also learn from your experiences. If you have had a dialogue with these, for example, companies or even big-time lobbyists, that we may also be in dialogue with them. Not just, for instance, of course, there's we know the achievements of interreligious dialogue, but how about them also being enlightened? In the first place, is it possible for these people to be in genuine dialogue with? If at all it is possible, are there concrete resolutions that we have harvested in the past, or that we are continuously harvesting? Thank you.
Thank you for raising that, because actually our constant means really is dialogue. We reach out. There are different levels, of addressing the problem. And some of these things are not seen by the public. Like even in the Catholic Church, while we make statements, there are people who are raising placards on the streets. We do engage in dialogue with the companies and institutions concerned. For example, for the first time in my life, when we started this advocacy for the environment, I found myself joining the shareholders' General Assembly of several banks. And during the open forum, I stood up on behalf of the small depositors, begging them not to use our money in activities that harm the environment and the communities. They were surprised that there was a bishop there participating, but it created ripples, because later on I got feedback when the bankers have meetings in Asia and in Europe. They mention about the growing concern of people and communities to stop using dirty fossil fuels and instead transition to renewable energy. So we do, and then there was even a dialogue with the top people in one bank, and he shared, the one in charge of the portfolio for energy. You know, Bishop, my daughter is always challenging me because she idolizes Greta. And when she comes home from the school, she would ask, Daddy, what are you doing there in the bank? Are you still engaging in financing coal-fired power plants, etc.? No? I have been to several offices of the government agencies, dialoguing with the secretaries of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, both in the national level and also in the province level and in the local level. In Negros Occidental alone, and even in Negros Oriental, we help a lot in crafting their energy code and their environment code. There are consultations. Even in the just energy transition, usually the first to create their resolutions, the recommendations are the business people because they are highly organized. But we also try in the province to let the affected communities participate in the discussion of what just energy transition for them looks like. Some sectors of the fisher folks, the farmers, the sugar workers, the people in the coastlines, living in the coastlines of Negros, the youth, the students, the academe. We bring them all together and conducted focus group discussions to be able to come up with our own recommendations regarding just transition. If we have to transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy. So to repower Negros, meaning renewable energy, we actively dialogue with the local government until it produced this program called Secure Negros. Secure, the RE at the end is renewable energy. And also it's about using renewable energy and food security. So there's so much that can be done also through dialogue and collaboration. But of course, sometimes it requires more than that. Sometimes some of them would not listen to just simply, because sometimes we have also experiences like in the table, there are good promises, but afterwards they do something else, you know. There are so many efforts to greenwash. Right now, some of these companies are making publicity that they are engaged in renewable energy, doing this, doing that, but on the other hand, they keep on funding dirty fossil fuels. So we really need to keep reaching out to them, and we have to pray for their conversion, but at the same time, as Father also said earlier, we have the best environmental laws. The problem is implementation. Because political dynasty has become a big business. And you know that 83% in Congress and 70-something% according to the Ateneo School of Good Governance belong to dynasties. And now I just learned recently there is such thing as thin dynasties and fat dynasties. And there are more fat dynasties now. Thin dynasty is by succession, no? Governor first, and then later on, the son will take over. That's the thin dynasties. Fat dynasty is all at the same time. From top to bottom, they're all members of one family. From the grandmother to the grandchildren sa dapa-dapa. So anyway, that's the plague of our society, and we need to address that, really, because it breeds corruption, and corruption in government is already accepted. It's part of the culture, and so really we need to engage this in our peace education.
Thank you, Bishop. Brother Nathan, thank you for asking that question. Bong, Paybado, are we? Okay, this is, I'm sorry, ma'am. Let's first listen to, this is a question, Doc. Is Professor Paybado, the Secretary General of Religions for Peace.
Good morning po, Bishop, and thank you for really that very comprehensive presentation. But in all those things, I think, in my view, the bottom line is the system that feeds all of this, economics. But the same economics that we're teaching, propagating in universities, same economic policies that is being used by the country, economic policies, which is basically a liberalist economy. Unless we change that, no matter what we do in the ground, we cannot do substantial change. So why not move the advocacy to converting the system to change the economic system that we are using today? If ever we do, what would that be? Salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Bong. You know, Pope Francis has convened young people all over the world. They call this group the Economy of Francesco. I don't know if you heard of that. They're meeting regularly. These are young entrepreneurs, those engaged in business, accounting, etc. And they're coming up with a paradigm of an economy that is really based on being part of one whole family, no? Based on fraternal love, on being brothers and sisters. And there's a website on that. You can Google and type Economy of Francesco. And I hope that we can be affiliated with that. There's ongoing. They even produce a good manifesto on that, no? And that gives me hope also. But yeah, it's all interrelated, no? One leads to the other. I don't know. It's like the hen or the egg, but it's all interrelated.
Thank you, Doc, my father. Thank you, Bishop. Yes, one more. Yes, we will be able to accommodate one more. Yes, ma'am, please.
Regarding peacebuilding and education, I think we all have the opportunity to achieve what we want. Unfortunately, sabi nga natin, those poor have the opportunity to fight the system because they have the electoral vote. They have the capacity to vote for the leaders that they want to rule wherever they are. Unfortunately, that is where we have to focus on education, to educate the electorate. Because we get the leaders that we vote for. So, I think basic, parang if we look at what we have presented, it's difficult for us to participate. How can I fight injustice, etc. But if we get our efforts on educating the poor to choose their leaders properly, unfortunately, it is the poor that votes for the wrong leaders. And that is where we are failing in educating our, sabi nga natin, the marginalized, the lowest. It's always the class E, in the economic class E, D, up to C. Unfortunately, etong mga previous elections, even the A and B are choosing the wrong leaders. We in the church, we're working in the church, but when it comes to election time, all the church workers are choosing also the wrong leaders. So, how can you associate one bringing Jesus to people is the one choosing the leader that cursed the same God that he is serving? How can, that is where the disconnect. We cannot be integrated as a person, that our values should be integrated. We cannot be in the church, working in the church, and then when it comes to election time, choose a leader that is opposed to the values of the church. That's why the Filipino Catholics cannot even have a Catholic vote. Because we cannot consolidate. The Catholic cannot integrate their values. They think their political choices should be separate from their spiritual life. That is where we have to focus on educating, that we should be integrated as a people. That is because if you look at the advocacies, it's very difficult to fight injustice and die for it because we have families, we have to take care of. But if we can get involved, if we can get people to choose wisely, kaya nga, at this early, we have to really educate our, we have to activate the PPCRB. Unfortunately, PPCRB had been relegated to observing the polls. Before, they were active in educating the electorate, but nawala na yun. So that is, I think, everyone, each one can get involved, educate the poor, the marginalized in choosing their leaders. They cannot exchange their life for 500 pesos. During election time, forever, they choose the wrong leader.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We hear you. We feel you, ma'am. We do. Maraming salamat po. Okay, so I guess that concludes the open forum. Thank you very much, Bishop Alminaza, for again graciously engaging with our audience. At this point, we would like, of course, to present the Certificate of Appreciation and a University Token to His Excellency Bishop Alminaza. We would like to call on stage Reverend Father Pablo Chong, Vice Rector for Religious Affairs of the University of Santo Tomas, and Reverend Father Ermito Desagon, OPSSL, the Director of the UST Institute of Religion, to present the certificate and our university token. Allow me to read the citation. The citation reads, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to His Excellency, Most Reverend Gerardo A. Alminaza, Doctor of Divinity, in sincere appreciation and grateful acknowledgement for his invaluable contribution as plenary speaker on the topic on peace building and education during the Advocacy Conference in celebration of the 2024 UN International Day of Peace with the theme, Together We Dream, Hope and Act, Educating Toward Dialogue with Creation and Peace Building, held on the 20th of September 2024 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the George SKT Function Hall, 4th floor, Buenaventura Garcia Paredes, OP Building, University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. Signed by Assistant Professor Froilan Anipao, Professor Joel S. Sagud, Father Ermito de Sagud, and Reverend Father Pablo Chong. Again, a round of applause, please, for Bishop Alminaza. We are grateful beyond words. Maraming salamat po, Bishop.
Maribtag ka na. Maganda yung struggle, pero maribtag ka.
Again, thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
But you know, that fucking leg tagger na yun si Kalema is no longer in the position.
We shall now move into what we believe will be an equally engaging and thought-provoking panel discussion on peace building and education, which will explore diverse perspectives on how these two vital pillars can work hand in hand to build more harmonious communities. We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of discussants who will share their insights with us. This panel discussion will be moderated by Assistant Professor Val Brillo, STHL, MPM, an affiliate faculty of the UST Institute of Religion, and a member of CPCP, Ecumenical, this is ECID. This is Episcopal Commission, on Interreligious Dialogue, okay? And a Russell Berry Fellow in Interreligious Dialogue. Please help me welcome Assistant Professor Brillo and our esteemed panel discussants. May we request them to join us on stage, please? Thank you very much. I now turn the floor to Professor Brillo. Sir Val, you have the floor.
Mic test. May I request our distinguished panel discussants to please occupy the seats here on stage. Professor Arvin Ibalio, Assistant Professor Froilan. We have Sir Ted and Mama Stella Arago. We have Venerable Miao Jim Shi. Please. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Inaantok na ba tayo? Nagugutom? Or kaya mo ba? Kaya pa. Maraming salamat. This morning, we are blessed to have our distinguished practitioners in their respective fields. They are also dedicated leaders in the communities they serve. Three speakers here. We have Venerable Yao Jingxi, Sir Ted, and Mama Marcela Arago from the Focolare movement. They are actively engaged in interreligious dialogue and also community building. We have Professor Arvin Ibalio here. We have here with us, and also the Director of Simbahayan, UST Simbahayan, Community Development, Assistant Professor Froilan Asuncion. Taking the cue from our beloved Bishop, educating people toward dialogue with peacebuilding involves cultivating skills, knowledge, and attitudes that enable individuals and communities to engage in constructive conversations and activities to resolve conflicts and promote peace. In 5 minutes, our panel discussants will share their involvement in promoting dialogue that advances peace in their respective fields and communities, locally and, if applicable, also internationally. Without further ado, we will start with our first panel discussant. Let me introduce Professor Arvin Ibalio, we fondly call him Kuya A. He's a distinguished faculty member also in UST Institute of Religion and a researcher also at the Center for Theology and Religious Ethics. He is a community organizer who received the Gawad Santo Domingo Award as an outstanding faculty member in the field of community development. He was also the past president of the Philippine Association for the Sociology of Religions, PASAR, and the current president also of one of our co-conveners, the president of the Religious Educators Association of the Philippines. Please welcome Professor Arvin Ibalio.
Thank you, Sir Rabal. Before sharing my experiences from the rough ground, Pilario ang dating, let me first clarify the meaning of peace. It is rooted in the word shalom, which means wholeness, completeness, wellness, and prosperity. De Mesa, a Filipino theologian, describes shalom as an overall harmony. In addition, Pope Paul VI maintained that development is the union for peace, as stipulated in his social encyclical Populorum Progressio. Therefore, it is safe to say that peace can be understood as the integral or holistic, paboritong term ni Kuya Prito, holistic development of the people. In 2002, 13 years before Laudato Si, we organized an environmental group called YAPAK, Yakapin ang Kalikasan, with the help of our friends. Our mission is to promote environmental conservation. We had the opportunity to collaborate with Samahang Makakalikasan ng Barangay Kalawakan in Doña Remedios, Trinidad, Bulacan. The significant achievement of Samamaka with the support of YAPAK was the closure of a big-scale mining company after a series of public awareness, street protests, dialogues with lawmakers, public consultations, and even court hearings. Finally, the collective struggles of Samamaka members paid off. In January 2011, a cease and desist order was issued to the said mining company by the government. If you're interested in learning the struggle of Samamaka, please read my article titled Contextualizing Laudato Si Through People's Organization Engagement, a Kalawakan Experience, published by Notre Dame University in Australia. This is the reason why I always my students to be involved in the service learning program of our university as part of the social teaching, social Catholic teachings in our university. The Religious Educators Association of the Philippines, or RIP Incorporated, is the country's largest organization of catechists and religious educators. It is authorized by the Professional Regulation Commission to grant continuing professional development units to To effectively articulate the holistic objectives of our organization, we have developed a 10-point transformative agenda such as catechetical training, biblical apostolate, research and publications, doing Philippine theology, laudatory implementations, synodal participation, ecumenical partnerships, interfaith dialogue, national and international linkages, and community engagement. The concrete contributions of RIP on both local and national levels are the following. Partnership, Sean Kalikasan Organization or ako, and Sagip Sierra Madre Environmental Society Incorporated to plant 1 million trees on the Sierra Mountain range. Nasa Isabela na po tayo. Palakpangan po natin yung magandang advocacy ito. Laging pagbabago, sabi natin, Sierra Madre, bahala na kayo sa amin. Ngayon naman sabihin natin, Sierra Madre, kami naman bahala sa iyo. A conference about Laudado de was held. An annual advocacy conference, mahirap basahin yung sulat ko. Hindi ko maintindihan. Organized in partnership with UST has been scheduled. The Bangsamoro Research Conference was successfully organized in collaboration with the Bangsamoro Research and Legal Network, dedicated to promoting peace in Mindanao. The 11th National Conference on Catechesis and Religious Education focused on greening the faith. The 12th NCCRE was held in the University of St. Lazare in Bacolod last June. Every summer, RIP members are invited to participate in the St. Vincent de Paul Polillo Group of Island Social Development Program. RIP has made the following significant contributions to the international arena. A conference was organized in collaboration with the International Association for Mission Studies held at De La Salle University. In collaboration with the Center for Theology, Religious Studies and Ethics, Sir Joel, and Religions for Peace Philippines, Sir Baybado, we initiate an international forum, the role of religion in dialogue and healing and peace building, the case of Israeli-Palestinian conflict with Dr. Mark Ellis as one of our speakers, and Reverend Erabilia Maga Cabigas, mamaya nandito siya, as one of our actors. We organized a Bible webinar titled The Use of the Bible Amid the Russian Invasion in Ukraine, with Professor Raymond Beringer as our speaker. A hybrid forum addressing the topic Fratelli Tutti, or on fraternity on social friendship, was conducted. An international forum in collaboration with the Embassy of Iran in Manila discussed the intersection of religion and international diplomacy. Last week, we launched our official journal, and this is HITIC, International Journal of Catechists and Religious Educators. HITIC is a Filipino word that means abundant, reflecting the association's scriptural basis. The harvest is abundant, but the laborers are few. So ask the master of the harvest to send out laborers for his harvest. Sana'y maging hitik pa ang mga katekista, pati ang kanilang pagkalathala sa ating international journal. Sa bandang huli, ang leader at ang mga kasabi ng RIP ay pawang voluntaryo lamang. Walang kapalit na kabayaran sa kanilang paglilingkod. Pwede natin sabihin ito ay isang academic social responsibility. O kung babalikan natin sila Kristo, voluntaryo din naman sila. Wala silang iniisip na ISO compliance or PASO accreditation. Maraming salamat po, isang hitik at matiwasay na araw sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat po, Arvin. Hindi namin alam, no, nagtatanim na po pala kayo ng 1,000,000 puno. One of these days. No? This shows us that the confluence of the academe and community development can indeed transform our society, engage in peace building through the protection and advancement, preservation of the environment. We now listen to Kapuroy, Assistant Professor Froilan Talipao. He is a distinguished practitioner in community development. He is a grantee also of the University of the Philippines Presidential Scholarship and has initiated and founded several development works with the church-based actions, where he enriched the communities through education formation, local governance, solidarity work, justice and peace. A sociologist and specialist in training, facilitating, and community organizing, please welcome the Director of the UST Simbahayan Community Development, Assistant Professor Froilan Alimpao, MCD.
Hello, good morning, magandang hapon po. Good afternoon also to our guest speakers and visitors. So ako po si Puroy. I know some people here coming from the social action groups like si Idil ng NASA. No? So it's a long time known leader also in NASA. So before I joined UST, I came from a faith-based organization, the Diocesan Social Action Center of Zambales, under the Diocese of Iba. So aside from the background of my study, the background of my engagement in the social-pastoral work, which were for me, as a social pastoral worker, development worker, and now as a faculty of the university and given a chance to serve the Simbahayan. I'm coming from the Simbahayan office of the university, and the Simbahayan is an acronym, stands for Simbahan, Bayan at Tahanan. So it encompasses and integrated all the different components of society and even the church. So the Simbahayan office is the mandated university office for community development, advocacy, and service learning. These are three big programs of the university when it comes to community engagement because it maximizes different approaches in terms of voluntary work, advocacy, and even academic approaches in terms of community engagement. But I would like also to emphasize some important concepts before we operationalize. As community development, coming from the discipline of community development, we have to consider there's a community administration and planning, community practice, and community organizing. So I treated university as part of doing community administration and planning, wherein we can allot resources and different operational plan for engagement. While community practice is more on doing community development in the ground. So meaning, in the context of the university, there's a bridge between community and the university. So that's the how we practice this in the university. We developed the framework of Tomas, coming from our Saint Thomas as a patron saint. Tomas stands for training for capacity building, organizing for empowerment, management for efficiency, advocacy, research, and publications. And Tomas is the spirituality. We should not forget the S, because there will be another meaning if we forget the S in the Tomas. So, okay, but in terms of advocacy, the office is also assigned with the advocacy, and we have different advocacies, from health, environment, and governance, culture, sports, and all different programs, name it, and we have it in the university. And the service learning, meaning the connections of academic when it comes to community engagement, maximizing or tapping the resources of academic when it comes to engaging students and other stakeholders like researchers and faculty of the university to serve the community while earning the learning process of the students and even the stakeholders. So binibigyan namin ng halaga ang communities, because we treated communities as our partner. Kaya meron kaming na paunlad na approach when it comes to engaging with communities, yung aming kamanlalakbay. We started kamanlalakbay way back April 2002 within the different stakeholders of the university and the leaders of the partner communities to come together annually and in the mid-year para mag-usap, magplano, magtasa, mag-evaluate, and then coming up with a common plan for doing community development projects and programs with all. So, of course, we have to engage the different stakeholders of the university, like students, faculty, researchers, and support staff, and the partner communities. And we also build partnership with different groups, no, like sa mga civil society, sa faith-based group, faith-based organization, local government units, and with the different higher education institutions locally and abroad. Very inspiring yung pinag-usapan natin kanina. No? Siguro ito yung kukonekto yung mga konkretong engagement of the university when it comes to peace. Not only in education, but operationalized peace. So, sabi sa Populorong Progreso, ang sinasabing, development is the unity of peace. Okay? So, we have several definitions of peace. But in Simbahayan, we believe that development is the unit of peace. But we have to define also peace. No? At ang pinakamalapit yan ay yung tinatawag na integral development. Masabi nga ni Sir Arvin ay holistic development. We have to consider all the aspects of the dignity, and we have to recognize the rights and the balance of responsibilities. Concretely, itong mga practice ng ating simbahan when it comes to peace building and development ay yung we started during the pandemic yung annual celebration of season of creation. So we are now in the midst of season of creation ngayong taon nito from September 1 to October 4 in the feast day of St. Francis. But in the tradition of the Philippine Church, tinatapos natin ito every Indigenous Peoples Day. Nagiging bahagi siya at ito ay buhay sa university at sa aming mga partner communities. At ang plano nga rin ay we will celebrate the Indigenous Peoples Day on October 19, if I'm not mistaken. And noong mainit ang EJK, no, sa panahon na nando sa Kalmana, the capital of EJK, we also conducted researches, no, documentation with selected families, no, the victims of EJK. At ang bunga ng dokumentasyon na ito became part of the Philippine Report for Human Rights Report in United Nations. At ito ay dinala namin sa United Nations Human Rights Commission. I personally participated in the debate to present the human rights condition of the Philippines, no, in front of the government of the Philippines. No? So it's a state responsibility to question the human rights situations in the Philippines. And also, because of the limited time, I would like to share with you that the Dominican family and the UST Simbahayan and other Dominican family members, we already published our handbook for climate change and human rights, no? For education for the youth in the Philippines. I gave a copy to Bishop Alminasa, and we will also we produce another 350 copies, but you can access it online. Okay, just search the climate change and human rights, the connections of climate change. There are several different effects of climate change in our society. There's a semblance of human rights violations. So, and then of course we developed the partnership in different groups. We are member of the Rights of Nature Network of the Philippine Missionary Partnership. We work closely with the Zambales Ecological Network. That's our partner community in the Zambales who's struggling for against black sand mining in the seabed quarry. So our research scientists here at UST, they conducted comprehensive research in the river system. So the research were maximized to negotiate with DNR. At may mga pagkakataon napapahinto namin, pero makapangyarihan siyang mga may agenda sa mining at nagtutuloy, no? But with the UST Simbayan and the Zambales Ecological Network sustained struggle for the ecological balance in Zambales. So, personally, as not only as a faculty, but not also as part of administration of the university, ang gawain natin dapat ay gawain ko, no, ay isang advocate, no. So personally, teaching, no, as a faculty, researcher, trader, community organizer, ay dapat buhay ito sa akin, no? Sa buhay na akin binagtas sa loob ng mahabang panahon na isang gawain sa loob ng mga communities, partner communities, and the academy. And I would like also to announce then na meron kaming mga regular na mga campaigns, no? Like today, in this week, we are in the midst of Francisco de Vitoria Human Rights Week. Francisco de Vitoria is a Dominican, and we name it after his, under his advocacy and spirituality. Just last Tuesday, we viewed the film of 11,103. This is a documentation of the cases of human rights abuses during the martial law period. And we have our exhibit. You can visit our martial law exhibit in the Tanyanki ground floor. And we also, not only the history of martial law, but we also highlighted that there are many Tomasian heroes during the martial law. So, and on this coming Saturday, we'll have our mass and candle lighting in commemoration of with the martial law victims. And we will join with the Bantayog ng mga Bayani for the evening of the September 21 to have also the candle lighting. Still, I have so many things to share, but due to limited time, that's all. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you for reminding us that close collaboration between the university as one of the sectors of the civil society and the different communities, no, can indeed help, no, promote peace, no, in the grassroots. Maraming salamat. Our third presenters, because they are a couple. We have here representatives from the Focolare movement, Mr. and Mrs. Teodolfo and Acela Arago. Sir Ted and Mama Acela are both actively involved in the formation of schools, activities, and meetings on interreligious dialogue, both locally and internationally for many, many years. Together, they represent the Focolare movement for interreligious dialogue and partners with UniHarmony Manila, Partners Manila, Religions for Peace, and of course, members also of the CBCP Episcopal Commission for Interreligious Dialogue. Please welcome our couple discussants, Sir Ted and Mama Acela.
Good afternoon to all. We represent the Focolare movement, which is a spirituality of unity. Fruitful dialogues have developed among individuals, groups, movements, and associations over the years, contributing to unity in the Catholic world. Dialogue among Christians of different churches strengthens the already existing unity, encouraging the common effort to reach full communion. The dialogue with faithful of other religions fosters peace and universal brotherhood. Finally, the dialogue with all people of goodwill in our present-day society, including its cultural dimension, leads to collaboration for common values such as freedom, social justice, and international harmony. The Focolare movement, with the goal that all may be one, is in more than 182 nations. A co-founder of Chiara Lubich said, to remove the danger of war, we need to remove the spirit of aggression, exploitation, and egoism that are the cause of wars. We need to reconstruct a conscience. The world will change if we change. Of course, we have to work, each of us doing whatever we can to resolve conflicts and to make laws that foster peaceful coexistence within communities and among nations. We should give witness to authentic values and spread attitudes of tolerance, respect, patience, forgiveness, and understanding. We strive to build bridges through dialogue establish and strengthen relationships, resolve tensions, and alleviate the atmosphere of Cold War that can often prevail in some family situations, at work, in school, during sporting events, between nations, and so on. The widespread presence of the different communities stimulates numerous initiatives for peace-building efforts. It was truly a great gift for us to recently experience the first India-Philippines activity for interreligious dialogue school on paths to peace, building bridges to dialogue with 50 youth participants, Hindu, Muslim, and Christian delegates at the Mariapolis Center in Tagaytay. We witnessed how the young people were involved and open to each other to the extent that towards the end, they took advantage of this safe space to their deepest experiences and thoughts. They came with different expectations, but eventually realized that beyond techniques and tools of dialogue, what matters most are relationships built with one another and transforming differences into blessings. As many echoed, it was an enriching, extraordinary, and unforgettable experience. The youth expressed their commitment to change the world and reach peace through dialogue, as well as to spreading the message of love. We are sharing the highlight of our event this year, wherein we represented the Philippines. An international interreligious dialogue, One Human Family, promoted by the Focolare movement in Rome from 31 May to 4 June 2024, was concluded with a pilgrimage of fraternity to Assisi. There were 480 people present from 40 countries, speaking 12 languages. In the City of Peace, the prayer for paternity, justice, and reconciliation for all peoples in conflict resounded as a solemn pact, welcomed and pronounced by the participants, each according to their faith. Among them were rabbis, imams, Catholic priests, Theravada and Mahayana Buddhist monks, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, and Baha'i lay people, and believers of traditional African religions of all generations.
Magandang hapon po. Maybe listening steps of reconciliation and sharing the path of people were the characteristics of this conference that alternated between panel discussions led by experts and dialogue groups among the participants. Politics and international diplomatic action, economics, artificial intelligence, and the environment were discussed, all in the perspective of peace. The conference was addressed by academics and experts from many cultures, religions, and backgrounds. Our young Philippine Muslim representative shared in the conference his experience on peace building and reconciliation. On the 3rd of June, a delegation of 200 participants was received in the audience by Pope Francis, who in his speech defined the journey started by Carol Luhic, the founder of Focolare, with the people of different religions as a revolutionary journey that did much good for the church. The foundation of this experience, the Holy Father further affirmed, is the love of God expressed through mutual love, listening, trust, hospitality, and getting to know one another, all the while fully respecting each other's identities. While these words give us deep joy, commended Margaret Karam, president of the Focolare movement, we also feel the responsibility to do more for peace. This is why we want to work to strengthen and spread the culture of dialogue and of care for people and creation. The Pope confirmed this to us when he said that dialogue between religions is necessary for world peace. In such dark times, humanity needs a common space to make hope tangible. In line with this, Pope Francis highlighted the popular movement's perseverance in fostering unity with people of non-Christian religions who share the spirituality of unity. This is an experience that is animated by the Holy Spirit, rooted, we can say, in the heart of Jesus, in his thirst for love, communion, and fraternity. Pope Francis continued by emphasizing that it is indeed the Spirit who opens paths of dialogue and encounter, adding that at times they are surprising ones. An example of this, said the Pope, took place more than 50 years ago in Algeria, when an all-Muslim community adhering to the movement was born. This interreligious dialogue has flourished over time, and as evidenced by your presence today, he added. The Holy Father addressed the foundation of this experience, which he described as being the love of God expressed through mutual love, listening, trust, hospitality, and getting to know one another, all the while fully respecting each other's identities. Over time, he continued, friendship and cooperation have grown in seeking to respond to the cry of the poor, in caring for creation, and in working for peace. He explored that we transcend dialogue with these men and women with whom we feel like brothers and sisters, sharing the dream of a more united world in the harmony of diversity. Bringing his address to a close, Pope Francis reminded those present that their witness is a source of joy and consolation, especially in the time of conflict, when religion is often misused in fuel division. For this reason, he concluded, interreligious dialogue is necessary condition for peace in the world. Peace with us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ted and Mama Sela. Thank you for bringing the message of the Holy Father to us this afternoon, and also for reminding us about the spirituality of unity and the spirituality of peace. Indeed, the Focolare movement has gone and has done remarkable peace development, community enrichment, and many more, no? Innumerable activities and programs helping the grassroots communities and also the academy. We benefit also from you, no? The UST. Maraming salamat po. Our fourth presenter, I regret to inform everyone, is not around. Imam Abraham Moksir, for an urgent meeting that he has to attend to. So we now proceed to our last panel discussant. Venerable Miao Jingxi is the abbess of the Fo Guangshan Mabuhay Temple, and she is a chemical engineer by profession, among by vocation. She holds several key positions, notably as director of the Three Acts of Goodness School Project Philippines, an advisor of Buddha's Light International Association Philippines. a prominent Buddhist master who specialized in the teachings of Yogacara and Xian school of Chinese Buddhism. She is very much active also in various dialogues and forums to promote Buddhist teachings and practices. Please welcome Venerable Miao Jing.
And very nice to be back again to UST. Has been a home for many years. Thank you, Vice Rector, for hosting the program and making this family reunion as well. I am Miao Jing of San, representing the Buddhist community. With me today is Venerable Ziqing and also our founder, the Buddhist College in Tagaytay, Guangming College, our faculties and students, scholars. We have an active interfaith relations for many years, and that's because our faith-based leaders promote harmony, which is further nurturing the universal values for betterment in humankind and wholesomeness in our world. And over the time of this morning, that while we are advocating peace, we also see that and hear in many speakers and leaders that we work together as one. How do we go beyond these differences from background to races to religions, language, and overcome the barriers to be able to talk, to live, and to work harmoniously like a family? We are one and we are family. That's when, if I could put up the one slide that I prepared so I can show a few pictures, when we visit each other. So visiting each other among our leaders and also our members. We share food, music, and we also share practice thoughts like what we have today. Then we also are like a family as one when we believe in educations to transform life, not just for one person, but the family and hence our nation. Scholars of Guangming College is our good seeds. Seeds that spread good thoughts and proper manners from oneself that we establish and share with people around us. So Venerable Master Xingyun, the founder, who are also our sponsor for the scholarship and the school, even though passed away, but yet his visions has always been nurturing and continue to grow. And how do we know that is working? Guangming College is celebrating the 10th year anniversary this year. And we have just moved to Tagaytay. So the students or the graduates from the first batch would be saying that long time ago that I want to be the 3 acts of goodness and advocates. And so spreading the seed to and around the Philippines. And has they been doing it 10 years now? Yes. In different community, the students have been inviting friends and family to their own seminars or workshop in their own neighborhood and community to pass on the thoughts of being good and kind to each other. And that's how we also see during the pandemic that it is compassion and belief in goodness in each person that help us to go through. Then we also become one and is a family when we bring performance, the talents of young Filipinos to performs around the world, dance, music, and musical play. And here, long time ago, when we would be visiting, asking or inviting friends to visit the Philippines, they would say, too much typhoon and maybe kidnappings, dangerous. But yeah, now when we invite, friends would be saying, oh, I love the Philippines because you have such beautiful smile and that you have such beautiful voice and that your voice melt hot. And I think it's the voice of kindness and the voice of love and the voice of wanting to be together like a family as one, that we melt hearts and go beyond the differences. So I like to share one story with you that once there was a rich businessman and he looked over the window to the neighbor next door. The loving couple, husband and wife, are always making good business. So this rich man said, oh, how do I get them into fight and break their peace? So then he thought of, I'm going to give this couple next door 200,000. So he is right. When the loving couples receive the 200,000, they begins, the household have no more words of love. And the household begins to hear sounds of disagreements, conflict, argument, how to spend the money and how to store the money away. So then we see in the light of the stories that peace in mind is to come first. Maybe more important than the peace in the world. So when we have a mind that is voice of greed, desire, as was said, also suspicions and ignorance, anger, then we might be able to reach out further and melt the hearts of others, starting again from oneself. So there are two quotes that refers to the wisdom of peace in our mind. When the mind is pure, the land is pure, because what we see is the projections from what we have in our heart. Then the second quote is, you, I, and all beings, ones that with consciousness are no difference. So when we reach out, we do not ask who you are. We reach out extending the hands to hold that other hands that needs help and it needs. So this is the two quotes that Venerable Master Xing Yun, our founder, has taught us, and that I learned from him dearly. He said, I am an earth ruler. That means it manifests into what we heard today. Earth is our home, and that we are neighbor, that we are family, and the earth is our household. So the 4 points or viewpoints that we now have for an earth ruler, and how do we have peace in mind, is when, as one, we advocate the 3 acts of goodness. And these 4 viewpoints are: first, we do not look for benefiting my own self. We are so much used to asking others for what we want. But that makes us feel poor. Only when we are rich that we be able to take on the initiative to give. So we may go across greed and desire, and that is a better way to live at ease, and that help us and others as well. So success, fame, or wealth is not from asking, but it comes to us naturally upon the right conditions, when we are ready to give. Second viewpoint, so that we can have a peace in mind, is do not be jealous of other possessions, but be happy for others. We can enjoy and share the wealth, just like how the sun has always been giving the light and the warmth to people or to all living forms of lives, and that never asks for a return. And hence, we get to enjoy it, but does not have to process it. third viewpoint to have peace in mind is all that we are doing, all of our doing, we shall not be afraid of the challenge and the difficulties. We should be able to bear them all. Fourth, to have accomplishment is do not make excuse. When we are not making excuse and that we can learn from our failure, that we are now resuming the responsibility to achieve. So these are the 4 viewpoints to make us always be able to live as one, to work together as one family, and how we practice the 3 acts of goodness. Do good deeds, say good words, and think good thought. Professor, if I have like 3 minutes, I will show the video and what our uni harmony partners, different shots over the period of a short period of time. And a lot of those video making is from our LDS friends that I have cut and put together. So thank you for the sections.
Yes. Please. We have a video. Maraming salamat po.
我们非常的感谢，因为
She is
这
our
个
head
世
analyst
间
who has been
有了
living in the
宗教，
Philippines and advocating
有了言语，
the teachings
有了
with
交
friends.
流，
She doesn't speak
让我们
English or
这个世
Filipino
界
yet. She has
因
been
为
loved.
宗教
And
们
the one thing
的
she
言
said,
语交流
I have my hands holding the hands and the hearts holding the hearts of my best friends. And my best friend are Catholic priest and sister because they have all enjoyed my vegetarian food.
所以佛光山在全世界300多个道场都非常的热心参与宗教联谊的活动。大师说，我们要跨越宗教，我们要跨越种族，我们要跨越，能够跨越呢，才能和谐，才能和平，才能为这个人类地球做更多的事情。
As the earth goes spinning round, dancing in the night. There's a new day, and time to make things right. Words and walls which divide us fade into the light. Take a step closer, our future can be bright.
pressed with time, but I have been given the permission to cut that. Okay. But I think before we end our sharing, no, we really wish to listen, no, a final word or two from our presenters. That, what is the thing that you want us to remember when we will meet you again in another conference? Something that we will remember, something that we will carry with us. Anybody can start. We can. Something that probably, struck you during this conference that you would want us to remember.
The one line that we always say, we promote 3 acts of goodness: do good deeds, say good words, think good thought, and that keep peace in mind and peace for the world.
Thank you.
I'll just quote or repeat what Father said, is always saying in terms of relationship, is that we keep on learning, we keep on growing, and we keep on changing.
Thank you, Sir Ted. Mama Sela.
Personally, let's all be witnesses and be gifts to others, even in the negative things that we receive, but also be gift for others, for God.
Behind the clouds, the sun is always shining. Maraming salamat po. Sir Arvin?
And your question, sir?
A word or two, Sir Arvin, that you would want us to remember you or...
Here in our university, UST, we teach social justice. All I can say is that we have to walk our talk. We have to practice what we teach. Thank you.
To preach and not to live is not here to preach. Maraming salamat, Sir. Sir Froilan?
Siguro sa akin, let us maximize education, be more grounded, so that we can use it for social justice and ecological social justice and ecological
Conversion.
restoration.
Thank you, sir. And at this point, maraming salamat po sa pakikinig kahit nag-aalauna na, so kailangan na po natin kumain kasi nagugutom na rin po ang lahat. Just a final word, in our sharing, I felt that the Holy Spirit is leading us to remember that even though we walk differently, through different paths, we all aim at the same goal, the same end, and that is to achieve peace. And peace always begins in us. The journey always begins in us. And this, we thank you, our presenters, for bringing us, grounded once again onto our feet, recognizing that peace, though it's very difficult to achieve, but not impossible, only if we begin deep in our hearts, and in the communities that we serve. Maraming salamat po. At this point in time, we proceed to the awarding of certificates to our panel discussants.
Yan bang speaker?
Sino?
Yung isang bilog. Yan bang speaker?
Hindi. Camera yan.
Camera? Pero yung nasa taas.
Baka speaker siya.
Baka speaker na. Speaker yung...
Oo, na ginagamit ang sa simbahan. Oo, mag-zoom din na siya. Makontrol na, lang na. Joystick na lang din na. Joystick na.
Ilan? Uy, gano'n?
Normal na pa. 500 to 100. Pero set na to siya. Ang sawa mo sa Kaya po kay ma-zoom na mo, ultimo ang imong mga pimples, na kay ginatext.
So, murag speaker bitaw sa sila.
Ano na ginagamit kami sila? Kinay Big Brother, no?
Kayo ba na? Hindi mo pinarada pang skill. Nagsugod ba mga itong paglalang? Even before?
Even before, mga 2013, 2012.
We will award first the certificate to Professor
So kami ang nauna
Arvin,
pa.
certificate reads
And
the University
kami
of
karoon
Santo Tomas, Institute of Religion, the UST Center for Theology, Religious Studies and Ethics, the Simbahayan Community Development Office, the Silsila Dialogue Movement, the Religious Educators Association of the Philippines, the Dialogue of Creation Partners, and the Uni Harmony Partners Manila awards this certificate of appreciation to Professor Arvin D. Ibalio, PhD, his sincere appreciation and grateful acknowledgement for his invaluable contribution as panel discussant on peace building and education during the Advocacy Conference in celebration of the 2024 UN International Day of Peace with the theme Together we dream, hope, and act, educating toward dialogue with creation and peace building, held on the 20th of September 2024 at the George Steele Function Hall, 4th floor, Buenaventura Castilla Paredes, OB Building, University of Santo Tomas, Manila. Signed, Assistant Professor Froilan A. MCD Director of UST Simbahayan, Professor Joel Santo, PhD Director, Center for Theology, Religious Studies and Ethics, Father Ermito Disagon, OP, Director, Institute of Religion, and Reverend Father Pablo Chong, OP, Vice Rector, Religious Affairs. The certificate will be presented by our Assistant Director, Associate Professor Alan Basas, and the Vice Rector for Religious Affairs, Father Pablo. The same certificate is also awarded to
para mag-himuan na mag-focus kay mga sa kag-volunteer, it may not be sustainable.
To Assistant Professor Froilan Alipao, MCD, the Director of UST Simbahayan. The same certificate is awarded also to Mr. Ted and Mrs. Acela Arado, Mrs. Acela Arado of the Focolari Movement. The same certificate also is awarded to Venerable Miao Jing Shi, Head Abbess of Fu Guang Shan Mabuhay Temple. After Venerable Miao Ching, we request all our panel discussants to go back on stage for the photo, for the group photo. Sir Arvin, we request also Father Seb, please. Professor Bong Baybado, if you are still around, please come up here on stage. Representing the different co-conveners.
Thank you very much. Assistant Professor Valbrillo for excellently moderating this morning's panel discussion. Thank you to our distinguished panel discussants. We have had an insightful and productive morning. Would you agree? Thank you po. I think we all deserve a much needed lunch break. So please enjoy the meal that we have prepared for you. Again, your food stations are at room 402 and behind the stage here. Yellow and white at room 402, blue and red behind the stage. Please be back promptly at 1:50. Okay, so we will resume at 1:50. And we request the panel discussants for the afternoon session to please stay here near this area in front of the stage. He will be met very briefly by the moderator for the afternoon session. Thank you very much. Again, for the rest of us, you may enjoy your lunch break. See you at 1:50. Thank you.
So instead of saksakan, converge man me. So nagpalit ko og wire nga katong USB ang instead na saksakan, plug, mahimo siya USB para isaksak lang sa cord. It's a special cord. So pwede pa. Hindi mo na ako tulay para maski mag-blackout, naaragyan mo minsan. Hindi pa, sa mua. From 10 a.m. pa sa 10 p.m. Bumalik ang kuryente 6 a.m. 20% lang nabawasan.
Room 402 for those with yellow and white food stamps.
Gave me
Red
this
and blue food
invitation.
stamps behind the stage here.
Two different groups trying to see. And
Dito po sa may likuran ng stage, yung pong may blue at red. Salamat po. Yung pong may hawak.
Kasama siya.
Sige.
I can leave, Father.
No, in the sense,
Picture muna tayo.
I'm concerned also my driver.
Yeah, smile. Smile.
Friend. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Pa. 1, 2, 3. Isa pa. 1, 2, 3.
Share na lang.
Share. Isa pa. 1, 2, 3.
Carmen, sigurado you share with the sila.
I will share.
Okay.
This one also I'll share to
Okay.
Cynthia.
Hey, kumusta? Do you have lunch? What is
We can have it outside, Father, if you wish.
As you wish, whatever. I don't have any plans after this. Maybe, Carmen may plans ba dito?
Yes po.
So there is lunch.
There is lunch po,
Yeah.
Father.
Yes, no, but I'm concerned.
Here also, they will get their food there, like.
So you can get the lunch.
Yeah,
My
we have-
problem is my driver, you know, he's down with the car.
Okay. I will ask.
No, in essence, I cannot invite him because maybe he's short, etc. Anyway, he can.
Where did he park?
No, it's all.
Kasi baka naka-short lang.
Hindi, no. What are we going to do is this. We can ask him.
Ito na yata yung pila ng lunch.
No, never mind.
No, Father, I can ask him.
Oh, sister, thank you. Ano mo na ako nakikinig? Ano kayang plano dito?
Where did he park? You know where he parked? Because if it's there...
Maybe you can manage na lang.
Yes, you can manage.
Sister,
because
anong
I'm-
peace
I-
message mo for today?
Mamaya na, Father. Mag-ano muna tayo.
I can.
Ang dami.
How are you?
Thank you.
Remember you. Yes. Anyway. Sige.
Good. Yeah, let's go. Magla-lunch.
Father, saan kayo naka-update? Father Pablo will be here Tuesday. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Good. Good.